Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Session 7, aka the thrilling, intense finale of Chariot of the Gods, and one more It's a Live Actual Play for RPG Reanimators. We're joining our crew on the Cronus again. Well, some of them on, some of them in the Cronus. Cham, Flynn, and Johns are currently in the midst of a spacewalk, going from the navigation dish at the front nose of the ship and are making their way across its length to the back to get to the engines and the thrusters to see what repairs may be needed there, as Johns is telling them something of a ghost story. Wilson and Clayton are walking from deck B, I believe, closer from the corporate suite up to the bridge to check on how Ava is doing repairing the navigation equipment, while Miller and Reed are doing the very effective and useful work responsibilities of bullshitting in the garage and playing a game of cards, as Reed keeps scratching and picking at something on her chest. I want to go ahead and start us off with the folks that are on the exterior, as I believe I ended this last scene with John saying, "Let me tell you a story." You are feeling the dull thuds of the magnets from your EVA suits gently making contact with parts of the Cronus, and it's just more of a dull thud, 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 thud. There's no noise, but only this just slight vibration and jostling in your suit. You're trying to measure your oxygen, as each of you has your tool supplies to make some cursory repairs, as well as a spare oxygen tank, as you've been concerned about the effects of being out here for too long. At least as you're nearing the engines, you'll be closer to your lone air. Oh my God, I just completely blanked on the word. The lone airlock that is available to you, which is closer to the garage area of the ship on the underside. In fact, everyone can go ahead and give me an oxygen roll to just see how things turn out during this little story. And I will roll for John's as well.
I've lost 2 of my oxygen.
Okay. John's is a yapper. He also loses an oxygen.
I lost 1, so I'm at 3.
Okay. I don't think Flynn is terribly used to this kind of manual labor and exertion. So, despite your best efforts, you're still kind of struggling and breathing heavy during this time. All right. So, we got orders around somewhere around 2110 or so to get some samples of some kind of compound from some kind of bullshit planet. Well, not even a planet. They didn't even have a name for it yet. But it's our computer just called it LV 1113. We go into cryo, wake up, and start poking around. It looks like do you ever see those holovids of like the Aztecs and shit like that before they turned everything into a parking lot? Yeah, so it was like these pyramids and things, but like everything, it's all just ruins. Plants, shit is growing all over it. There wasn't really any wildlife around. We didn't think too much of it at the time. Why would we? We go inside these big pyramid things, checking the air is breathable. So we didn't see a reason to keep going in and out, in and out, in and out to replace the oxygen tanks on our suits. Someone had the bright idea to take their helmet off. Everyone else followed suit. So that's when I'm sure you'd realize we found out about the Flynn. What the fuck do you call them? Those buggy fucking things.
The Neomorph?
Great. Yeah, there's a $5 fucking word for you. Yeah, so then people start coming up dead. And then now all of a sudden there's wildlife to worry about. These things are running around, they're fast, they grow, and they get big. We already seen the one of them. Yeah, that was great. Imagine 10, 20 of them darting around. It turned into fucking chaos. No one knew what to do, and all you lab science types said about going and you pulled out some of those urn things and got the shit inside of it and started doing your science, always just doing shit, and said that you found a vaccine to prevent all of that from happening, which is great, except they're busting down the doors, and then the crew starts acting fucking outrageous and start attacking each other whenever they're there. There was a goddamn mutiny, and then Clayton has the great idea that she's the fucking captain. Captain's already dead. I am supposed to be the next in charge, yet who is everybody listening to? There you fucking go. And so we left half the crew, well, more than half of the crew behind, and got the ship out. Gas on the pedal. Had no idea where we were going. All that we could do was try to run, get in the cryo chambers, and lock the door behind us. Collins and Daniels said that they were going to try the FTL sickness and just try to be heroes and get us out of there. And we see how well that worked for them. And now we're still fucking here.
Sounds like you had a hell of a day, brother. That's some pretty awful shit you went through. Sorry to hear about it. Really am. Don't know what I can say. Just we're gonna do everything we can to get these engines repaired and get the fuck out of here.
I'll stay silent on the radio.
I mean, so you went to this, what did you say, LV-213, is that right?
11, 13.
1113.
I think that's too many ones, Flynn. Can't count.
1113.
Smart ass.
So you go to this here LV-1113. You said there's like pyramids and shit. Like somebody built it, like some kind of, I don't know, intelligence or something like that.
Like some kind of alien RPG. Yeah, that's the higher ups at Wayland always wanted to keep this shit on the down low. It's one reason why we never got any orders or specifications. Everyone knows that there's these ruins and things out there they're awful interested in looking at. And so that was our job, is to just pick up some samples and then just bring them back. That's been the job from day one. That's just why we're trying to keep this fucking ship going, I guess.
Shit, Davis. I mean, fuck. Seems like if these things are as dangerous as what all's been going on inside the ship and whatnot, it's people shouldn't be fucking around with them. I don't know. What do you think?
I think we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
come on.
Not right now, at least. Not before we can get these engines running. What would you do, Davis, if you made it back? I'm just curious. John's. My mistake. I lost some oxygen, and so I'm not thinking right.
Wasn't Davis the guy from your
pilot
team who sacrificed himself?
He was my friend. I'd
You lost the oxygen, so you're hallucinating Davis's face over John's this whole time.
Got it.
Davis, old buddy, we'll get out of here. We'll patch you right up. Go see them rabbits.
This is great. I am a professional actor. Yeah, sorry about that. I just I lost a lot of oxygen and some blood earlier. So John's, just make conversation. What the hell would you do if you ever get back? 70 years later, Wayland Utani is probably not going to want you blabbing about all this stuff. What's the game plan, brother?
And I think it's about this time that you're getting closer to the engines. You can at least see them from the dim flashlights on the top of your helmets. John's is muttering more. You can't hear too much. It sounds like the more that he has gone on and talking about the situation, the more that he's kind of receded into himself and is just, let's fucking do, like, he doesn't even know why he's here. Maybe the last things that he says is, I don't know, I'm just following fucking orders at that point, or at this point.
Well, tell you what, brother, if we ever make it out of here, I think some of the colonists and whatnot deserve to know about this horse shit and what Wayland Utani's up to. I mean, we got to tell people about this stuff so they don't fucking end up like everybody else in there, like Collins and Daniels and whoever else. Terrible stuff, man.
You don't think they're not going to try and make money on this?
I think people could probably try to make money off it, but I think if people know that there's going to be stuff happening, they'll maybe some colonists will keep themselves away from it. I mean, you know, stands to reason. I'd rather people know about it and make their own decisions and not know about it and get screwed over by Wayland Utani as usual.
Just looking at the science and the specimens, I could see them finding this to be a very lucrative project. The question is it the right thing to make it a lucrative project? Or should all these specimens be jettisoned out into space?
Well, I don't know. That's moral philosophizing for people that make a lot more money than me there, Doc.
Hey, yeah, thought maybe after all these years, maybe they might have given the lower level employees a bit more say, but I guess things never change.
You know people, Doc. You know people. All right, let's get these engines fixed up here.
And on that note, before we change the perspective, everyone can give me a heavy machinery roll. No stress or anything involved in this one. This is purely just to survey the engines, as you're getting a partial view, but at least to see how many repairs you can immediately spot that may need to be considered. I am also going to roll for John's.
Baby.
I got one success.
That's a way to start off. I rolled 8 dice. I got 5 successes. I've never seen that. That's
The ship is
insane.
fixed.
Let's be sure to get all of
Holy
this,
shit.
get all these out early. Can't have this happening
Yeah.
later.
I think that's a record. Fuck. Okay.
So John's is quiet, and he doesn't really say much else aside from just occasional grunts of perhaps agreement and nods of, all right, so what's first? Flynn, you notice that apparently on departure from LV 1113, the engines may have taken some heat damage, as you weren't really prepared for an actual atmosphere exit. You're seeing, of course, there's some scorch marks, things like that, and Ava had mentioned that the ship went through a micro meteor shower. I forget what we landed on last time. I still don't remember the difference between them. But you went through a micro asteroid or meteor shower, and that is what had taken out much of the navigation, parts of the life support, and parts of the engines. I think. Okay, so it's a micro asteroid shower in this case. You can see that some of the dings and pockmarks, and for your one success, I'm going to label the engines from A to D. You all are kind of at a midpoint between B and C. Engine C, you can see that there are some holes along one of the just exterior facing fuel lines, which would obviously need to be repaired that way. Cham, almost as some kind of savant, you seem to take all of these engines in at once. for your 5 successes, you can tell that engines C and D took the worst of it and are going to need some pretty substantial repairs. You can even walk out on top of them and start looking down the back end of the Cronus and see more areas. No major parts of the engines are damaged or missing. As you look underneath some of the scorch marks and things, it mostly looks like a lot of surface level damage that has just rendered them largely inoperable. A and B also got roughed up a decent amount, but won't require nearly as much work. So once you get these done from an exterior repairs perspective, you'll just need to worry about hooking them up to the fusion reactor in the ship and reconnecting them, which is where I believe Collins is still waiting for to be reunited with you. And you should be good to get this bucket moving again. In fact, for that massive number of successes, I'm going to give you a bonus whenever we go into actual repairs. Fuck it, we just rolled heavy machinery, so we're going to say that this gets you all into work. And Johns is going to be pitching in with you. This is going to take at least a shift of effort. We will return to you soon. Clayton and Wilson were drinking in the corporate lounge as Wilson made an attempt to coax some more information out of Clayton. But while you spent a lot of time working on your poker face, that didn't extend to shaky hands as you were trying to keep your nerves steady that gave you away. Clayton got up and started walking towards the bridge. As you both are walking, even through your inebriated state, you can hear something banging, moving along behind the walls. You stop, listen. It seems to move further away, past you. You can give me an observation roll to see if you can suss out what direction this sound is moving to.
Okay. And keeping quiet the whole time.
I mean, you can if you want.
Oh man. Okay. I panic. I drop an item, which is gonna be really great for keeping quiet.
That would be I forget if you were also drinking the Johnny Walker or if you had switched to vodka at some point, but you had still kept your alcohol with you. And that's as you exit out of the corporate suite, you're at this point, you're around the stairwell, between the stairwell and junction B1. And as you hear this, it seems to be moving from deck C up the walls. There is a shatter. Clayton turns and hisses at you. What the fuck are you doing? The sound in the walls has stopped as well. I'm going to roll a casual observation so that there is absolutely nothing to worry about.
So casual.
Totes cash.
Uh-huh.
Where is the adult?
Xenomorph is wearing sunglasses.
Ooh. There's more observation than Clayton. Clayton also got 2 successes on her observation. And I think as you hear this rummaging in the vents stop, there is a loud boom from somewhere in this deck, and Clayton whispers, "Run!" I need both of you to give me mobility rolls right now, as you are going to try and hightail it from your place in the hallway to the main deck. You know that there are still blast doors up there, but you need to get to the comm station very quickly.
1 success.
1 success. Okay. Clayton is also going to run. Let's see if she slips in your booze that you just dropped. Yeah, she got a 1 on her panic die as well.
Oh my god. My meat shield. No.
As you start, and actually, I need to do another mobility roll. I should get all of these pulled up on the same page. I'm going to do another mobility roll. Totes casual mobility. How many is that? Ooh, 9. 2, 3.
It's fine.
This is fine.
It's fine. I had 8 and I only rolled 1, so
You start running down the hallway, and that's whenever you hear this whoop and clatter from behind you. There are sounds of claws that are scraping as something is scrambling. It sounds like it's on the other side of the stairwell and is making its way closer to you. Clayton screams, "Help me," as she is on the ground trying to scramble to get herself up. You got 1 success on your mobility. Do you want to spend that to double back and grab her before
God.
getting to the main the pilot's deck?
She's like right behind me.
You went, like, essentially you took off and she
Yeah,
kind of
okay.
stayed in
Okay.
place.
I'll grab her.
Okay. You double back around to try and grab Clayton, hoisting her up.
If this kills me.
There is a sound of something large as it is rounding the corner. You both are able to, let's see, hang on just a second. You both are directly at this neck that you can see past Junction B1 towards the comm station, heading towards the doors. I am going to make a single more mobility roll as this thing is going to attempt to lunge at you before the doors are closing. You can hear a dull hissing coming from behind you. And I want to ask, Wilson, do you think that you would be behind the door first, or would Clayton still be behind you?
I would put myself first. Like
Any good company agent would.
I did my part. I went back for her. It's up to her now.
As the doors are closing, these are heavier as you triggered essentially the blast doors, and this isn't the quick that most of the office doors will do. And as they are getting to a close, you see something that looks almost like a praying mantis scythe-like pincer go through and hook Clayton behind and underneath her collarbone as it is attempting to pull her back through the door, and she is screaming. There is blood that starts spraying on your face. Ava from behind says, "Oh dear."
Help.
What are you doing? We are going to enter, actually, we're going to do full-on combat time right now. I wasn't expecting this, but someone just had to go and fucking panic, didn't they? Uh-huh. If you could roll a d10 and tell me what you got.
Sure. Should I add stress
Add stress.
because of seeing Clayton get hooked through the
Oh yeah, you can
throat?
absolutely take another stress because
I mean, I'm not
you
gonna
suspect
volunteer,
that
but-
she's your ticket out of here.
7.
Okay. And roll 1 for Ava. Oh, that's good. Okay. So it got It rolled, among others, a 1. I am going to count its reaching through the door and pulling Clayton back through as its first turn. Ava is pretty sharp on the draw, and she goes up and immediately takes her hands and are going to place them on this sort of, I don't know exactly what to call it. It's not exactly a pincer. It's just more of a claw that is protruding out and is going to attempt to pull it out from Clayton. And I'm going to do a contested strength roll real quick. I need to do exciting narration, as mostly I'm just rolling a bunch of dice against myself. Let's see. Ooh, androids are strong. And they can't be stressed. She has managed to pull the inner part of this claw out from Clayton, but she is still, part of it is still in there. She's making very little headway in terms of freeing Clayton. She is screaming, and with her very feeble strength is going to try and she's going to try and lean forward, like kind of into it, taking more damage in order to dip out from under it, as it's going to be scraping further against her collarbone. Holy shit. And she gets a success on that. I'm going to give her definitely another couple of stress. So with this, Ava can, or do you have an action that you would want to do, as it's going to be your turn next before, or around the same time as the Neomorph?
I would want to grab Clayton, or alternatively help Ava push the claw out of the doors that are closing.
Okay. For this, I'm going to say that you can grab Clayton and sort of pull her away from the doors, as Ava can let go, and the thing will pull its claw back in. There's a sort of a crunching, scraping sound as the doors are continuing to try and close on it. This doesn't have the safeties of an elevator door. And you feel like this creature took some additional damage based on the shrieks behind it as it is pulling this arm back in. You all are safe, little asterisk, within the pilot station.
And I didn't have to make a moral decision. Incredible. I guess, do you need medical aid? Ava, do we have a first aid kit or something?
Yes, I need fucking medical aid. And Ava's like, yes, there is a medical first aid kit underneath the pilot station. Let me go and retrieve it. Very calmly, she gets up and efficiently grabs the first aid and brings it back. Would you like to attempt first aid? Or I am trained in basic emergency response services.
I think it's better if you do it. I think that Clayton would appreciate that more.
Clayton is sort of muttering under her breath. Clayton is muttering under her breath as Ava is getting to work. I'm going to say that both of them are going to be more or less incapacitated for a short while. However, as you turn back around, Ava has largely repaired the navigation terminals. At least you think so. It looks like she's pulled all of the guts from out of the one navigation terminal that had a fire axe lodged into the screen and has sort of cannibalized it into the other, what looked to be a functioning terminal. You now see a screen with some navigation star charts and things of that nature on it. Or you can chat with Ava about the status of things. Anything you'd like to do here?
I'd like to look at the terminal first and just get a sense of what the status is. Do I think that I could get us going if I needed to from here? I also want to know sort of, is it secure in here? That door is the only way in, I believe.
Well, judging by the dull thuds on the other side of it, the door seems mostly secure. At least it doesn't seem in...
Are there vents?
There are.
Great. Ava, how much did you get done?
I believe the navigation terminal is working, although last time I checked, the dish did not have proper calibration signal.
I assume that's what they're fixing out there. The engines.
The engines and
Calibration.
navigation dish are separate items on the Cronus.
They'd have to be out there to fix it, though, right?
Yes.
Um,
Based
I'll
on
radio the. Sorry, go ahead.
So, based on what you are seeing, it looks like the dish has been repaired because you are seeing a basic signal. It's that Ava has not noticed it at this point
Oh, okay.
yet,
Okay.
is what I'm getting at. Sorry if I was being obscure there.
That's okay.
If you would like, you can give a Comtech roll to
Sure.
see about calibrating it. Definitely not messing it up.
Sure. Why not? Nothing bad can happen. 2 successes. I'm so good at computers,
You're basically a pilot at this point.
basically.
So you were able to calibrate navigation systems and can see that where the ship is at is you are somewhere near more on the outer rim. There is a United Americas colony that is within one light year, just FTL, so you can get there really shortly. Or if you were to get the engines repaired and get into full FTL, you're plotting courses. Anchor Point Station is slightly closer to where you are, and you know that there is a Wayland-Yutani office there. Anchor Point Station is a very large floating space station and something of an international commerce point for a lot of truckers. People that may be ferrying goods to and from, pick stuff up, take it somewhere else. The populations there subsist on all of the goods that these truckers bring in. Or
Right.
you can chart a course over to the Sol system and get back to Earth, which I believe, based on your orders, you were instructed to bring as many samples of this substance to Wayland-Yutani headquarters located
Mhm.
in Earth.
Yes. That would be my priority, is to get it back, but we don't know if we'd have to get the cryo pods working for that, right?
The cryopods are still functional, although you
Okay.
don't exactly remember how many of them were working. But you would be able to get into those. The ship is unable to calculate the exact flight time to get to Earth as the engines are offline. It calibrates this based on of the engines that are working, what FTL speeds you can reach, and then how quickly you could get to the location. That you would probably estimate, at least based on the Montero, that it would be maybe a couple of years that you would be
Okay.
in cryo. Or you could try and be out of cryo, but you keep hearing a lot of rumors about folks going a little insane from faster than light speed sickness.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be out of cryo.
Of course not, but it may be a choice that someone has to make.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll go back to Clayton, sort of see what the status is.
Okay.
Are you mortally wounded? Are you gonna live?
I'll live. Oh, it hurts like shit, though. And of course, you left the Johnny Walker outside. Yeah, it's fine.
I had the vodka. I didn't have the Johnny Walker.
Great for you. What's the status? Can we get this bucket moving?
We can. They're fixing the engines. So as long as we can get the engines fixed, we can make it back to Earth and bring these samples back to Wayland-Yutani.
Perfect.
Unless there was something else you wanted to tell me.
No, but I may need to make a broadcast announcement. Miller and Reed. I want
any
both of
eight?
you to roll contested manipulation rolls to see how who is going to be winning at cards. I think you were playing Space Go Fish, if I
course.
remember correctly.
The most complicated.
Do you
game.
want us to roll with stress?
No, you can peel the stress off for taking this time.
All
Oh.
right, cool.
Well, I didn't get anything.
Stress one.
This game's too complicated for Marine.
Jesus, I got one success.
Well, you certainly know how to read. That was not intentional.
Yeah,
Like
it's
a
almost like I have
book.
a tell.
Reed,
Big?
what is your tell?
Scratching my collar right now. When's the doc
Whenever
gonna
you get a
back? I
good
think this is
hand, you
getting worse.
stop. And like, you can see that there's a little bit of like red underneath Reed's fingernails whenever she pulls her hand back from under her collar. As
God, are you bleeding?
Probably. I get. Oh Jesus Christ! It's very blood. It looks like I got a friggin' rash down here. Where?
All right, well, we need to get Dr. Flynn to look at that.
All right. Well, he's currently looking at something else outside. So, you think there's like, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Is there like a first aid kit that might have ointment around here that at least soothes it? Or I mean, we could just keep playing cards, but oh,
I'm not going in that med lab with that thing in there.
well, it doesn't have to be in the med lab. I'm sure there's med kits scattered throughout the ship, right?
I'll look around. Anything on the walls of this cargo bay?
I think it would be sensible for there to be general first aid kits. However, these are going to be more like bandages, antiseptic, and things of that nature. I don't think that they have like a cortisol cream to keep in a first aid kit. Something like that would be in the med lab.
Just splash some isopropyl on there.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I'll take the band-aids instead.
You know, we will have to deal with Mr. Collins in the reactor room at some point.
Yeah, well, I got my gun back, so we should be able to take care of that, no problem. Hoorah!
Yeah, you've got your gun. I've got this contraption.
I'm sure it'll be fine. We just gotta. That's the hard part, right? We just gotta take him out. Hopefully, the little thing in the fucking lab that the doctor was keeping isn't,
To be honest with you, I
Being
think we should
bad.
just kill it.
I've been saying that since he fucking pulled it out.
I mean, like, they're not here. We could just go up there and put, a couple rounds into that thing. while
Yeah,
it's
last time I
okay.
checked, it was just in like a little cage. But it should be fine.
Yeah, let's deal with that. Maybe
Little
there's,
detour. They'll be out there for a while, I'm sure.
yeah, and also at the same time, there's gonna be meds and stuff in the med bay.
Fuck it, you don't have to convince me. Let's just start going. This is fucking killing me.
All right.
Okay. You can. Do you want to take the stairs or the elevator up to deck B?
We'll take the elevator. Let's get relaxed. What could go wrong with taking an elevator in a horror game?
As you do this, you are. So from where you were at, you walk to the elevator that is going to be more on the east side of the ship. And the lights at this side are kind of flickering, and it looks like they've been damaged. The wall and the floor around it is charred and burnt out. It looks like, I mean, not to put it too on the nose, it looks like an incendiary grenade went off in this elevator. It's practically cratered on this side.
Damn, did a bomb go off in here?
And Reed, you get something of a flashback as you're getting more memories jogged. As security officer Kim was attacking others. They were trying to protect the science crew and getting as many survivors on the ship as they could, but then they started attacking the science crew. They started attacking others. You remember calling out to them, issuing your orders, and as their eyes were bloodshot, something black underneath the irises, you saw a sliver of recognition. They bolted into the elevator, undid their grenade, and held the door shut.
Yeah, as soon as you said like a bomb went off, I'm like, oh, actually, I think it did. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of ruckus. This was like 70 years ago, but some of them were just losing their minds. I saw them sprint to the elevator, and well, next thing you know, it was a fucking
So
grenade
you're
party.
saying they unalive themselves to like stop the infection, or like stop themselves from transforming? What's going on?
Maybe it was the last bit of their humanity, but they went from straight up attacking the science team to, yeah, just essentially what we see here.
So you've seen the horrors. You know what has to be done. We gotta just take care of Spike in the med bay, and then we gotta take care of Mr. Collins in the reactor room.
There's no convincing me. I'm already on board, Captain.
Yep.
You can turn around and go on the west side, as the elevators are on literally just the opposite ends of the ship. Elevator 1 is still working, and you can take it up to deck B. You'll need to walk past the from this here. You're walking through the living area and are going to need to take a left. I think that Reed, you can certainly do this almost automatically. You're not needing to think or monitor directions. Miller, you're walking in behind them, following suit.
I got the bolt gun ready.
Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming both of you have your weapons drawn.
Oh yeah, I'm looking towards the vents because that's the last time one of those fuckers got me.
And I'm curious, since you did take the elevator up, it's quiet on the deck here. You round the corner, and what do you want to do anything before you open the door into the med lab?
You know
Should we
what?
listen?
Yeah, listen. Maybe take stances on the sides of the door. Just in case something might pop out. I don't know. Military experience tells me we should be on the sides.
Both of you can give me observation rolls.
One success.
Nothing.
Okay. As your ears are pressed to the door, you don't hear any commotion inside. It seems quiet.
Damn. Did this fucking thing get out? Oh,
Well, maybe it's just sleeping. We should at least check in. It should still be in the cage theoretically. So let's just look.
theoretical.
I'll take charge if you want me to, as I start to maybe move towards the door.
Yeah.
Okay. Reed, as you have your gun ready in one hand, you can take your elbow and just pop the door console, or the button in order to open the door. Door quickly comes open, and both of you can take a stress die as you look and see the supposedly sturdy cage is ruined on the ground in the med lab.
What a fucker! I'm gonna kill the dog when it gets in here. We should still go in there. I want to look for this Wayman, but your buddy was in here, right? Maybe
I
you
gotta
should
check the med pod.
You check him. I'm gonna look for some Wayman for this
God
shit.
damn it.
Fucking doc.
So, Reed, you go inside and start rummaging through the cabinets, trying to find something for this rash that is starting to spread down your arms at this point. You're starting to get this pounding headache, and at this point you're taking some medications and just more trying to do everything that you can in order to try and cope with this, kind of slathering the stuff on. It provides a bit of relief. Miller, you go across the med lab. Your eyes are lingering on the cage that it looks like it has been, the metal bars are snapped, that are sort of bent outward like that. It doesn't look necessarily broken clean through.
God, oh God.
As you open up the second area of the med lab, which has the med pods. The first one that has the largely desiccated body inside is still exposed, as you had to take the good top half of the med pod to place it onto the other in order to treat Rye properly, before his little neomorph thing burst out of the front end of it. The pod is still obscured. You can hear some movement inside. Maybe Rye is starting to wake up.
I'm gonna creep over, just trying to be as silent as I can to look in.
You can give me a mobility roll. There's a lot of broken glass everywhere, and I want to be sure that you're not going to accidentally crunch on something.
Oh, I panic, nervous twitch,
I think that this works.
but I do succeed. So
Yeah. No, you do succeed.
oh,
As you walk around to the other side of the med pod, you didn't remember that hole being as large as it was when that thing burst out. And you take a look and can see this bony, opaque thing is moving inside. You see the top of Rye's head kind of jostling a bit. This thing is hunched over. You hear some wet sounds as you're hearing bones snapping. You can take an additional stress at seeing this. You develop a nervous twitch as you have your gun in your hand, but that doesn't look like the other ones. Its head is bulbous but flattened on the front, and part of you is reminded almost of a rhinoceros.
what the fuck? If it's busy in ecstasy, just eating, I'm gonna shoot this goddamn thing.
Okay. So the way that we are going to do this is, Miller, you and Reed can go ahead and give me your initiative rolls. Miller, whatever you roll, I'm going to count as the top of the round.
7.
Oh, shit.
5.
7 for Miller, 5 for Reed. And what do we have here for good old Spike? Oh, shit. Miller, you can go ahead and roll me your firearms.
With
I
pleasure.
can also give you the +2, as I'm going to assume that you're aiming.
Yeah.
You can also take your time and essentially aim and then let that roll over so you can still have a fast action in case
Okay.
you need to block.
Block. Yeah, I'm probably gonna block with the Volt gun. So base modifier +2. I'm gonna kind of whisper to Reed like, "Hey," and then boom. Oh, okay, 2 successes. You love to see it.
But you don't care about your friend that much?
The bolt gun does 3 damage. So
Bolt gun does
4.
3 damage. I'm going
Can
to
I pin it instead of using an additional damage?
let me roll against its armor.
Fucking hell.
Bolt gun does 3 damage.
3.
It rolled 3 successes.
No, please.
With your 2 successes, I can't, like, you can use this thing. You can either do a bit of damage or you can attempt to pin it from inside.
I'm just gonna pin it. Yeah.
Okay. So as you do you want to role play out what happens as you're about to pull the trigger on this thing?
Yeah, hey, I see him launch the bolt. I hear the fucking spike go, and then stuck. And I go, Jesus, not again, because this basically the same.
Reed is
over.
putting like Vicks Vapor Rub on her chest. Hey.
So we run over, put like a fucking.
Ah, God
foot
damn
up
it,
on
it's
top.
here!
I
I'll
got
yell
it.
it.
Boom, 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 boom.
So as there is the hey, there is the percussive blast of this piece of rebar that is put through the hole, and you are aiming more for its kind of body as it's hunched over inside of this med pod. You're confident that this has made contact and at least tangled it up a bit as it stops eating and lets out this billowing sound. I need both of you to make immediate panic rolls, as this is not letting out a hiss but a roar.
Oh, we're fine. Keeping it together.
Miller, are you doing all right? You're muted.
I dropped my item.
Speechless. Well, it happened to get a couple of back-to-back turns before Reed can go. So what is going to happen here is it lets out this roar and erupts from the med pod as it lifts its head back. The front end of it is vaguely square and rectangular, as if you feel like it could crunch itself together to mirror something like that box that it was being pressed and contained in as it was growing larger and larger. It made you think of a rhinoceros before, but now it's like a fucking armored gorilla as this thing bellows and is going to charge at you. I am giving it a slight penalty as you've gotten its legs tied up and it hasn't deliberately gotten out of that yet. You can give me a dodge roll if you would so choose.
I would love to. This is with agility, correct?
This is with agility,
No,
correct?
mobility.
Yes.
Here we go. Lock in. Nope. I got 2 successes, but I seek cover.
Well. Oh no, you dropped your item though.
Yeah.
That means you can't block.
Yes, but I'm trying to dodge, right?
So when it comes to xenomorph attacks, I'll tell you what, you're still going to do this for a seek cover, and I'm going to give him a mobility roll instead to try and catch up to you, as it is essentially lunging to pummel. Normally, these are going to be sharp things, so the rules say you need something like hard metal in your hands to block. You're trying to seek cover by scrambling around on the other side of the med pod as you try to block for a second and you're running. As you are going across, there is a concussive crunch as this thing lands a heavy fist onto your back, and you hear popping from inside of your torso. I need you to take 2 damage as it has you pinned on the ground currently.
I can roll 1 for armor. For the suit.
Yes. So roll 2d6 for the suit.
All right, 1-6. So 1 damage.
Okay, 1 damage. Reed, it is your turn.
Yeah, we're just gonna try and stay in place, plant our feet, and try and put more rounds in this fucking thing. Don't get in the way.
Okay.
Right.
If you do you want to spend your fast action to aim or reserve it in case you need to block?
I'm gonna reserve it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a firearms roll with your shotgun.
Alrighty. Nothing. No successes, but no panic.
Please.
So narratively, this still works as you are still. It's not that you aren't hitting it, you're hitting it with fucking buckshot from this shotgun. The thing is, this carapace is just a bony white exterior, and you are hearing all of these pellets clatter against the ground from where you are standing. It is having absolutely 0 effect.
What the fuck did Doc do to this guy?
You do, however, notice its tail that is, compared to the rest of its body, surprisingly slim and narrow as it quickly whips through the air and is darting directly at you. You can give me a roll to dodge or block.
Or block.
What would block be?
Close combat, probably.
Yeah, I would say close combat to try and block it.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna try and block it with just the brunt of my shotgun. And we got 4 successes.
Hey, yo,
Holy shit. Wow.
grab the tail.
What would you like to do with some of those extra successes? If you want, you could try and reach out and grab onto the tail, and I would then start calling for contested strength rolls if you want to try to hang on to it and distract this thing.
You grabbing the tail?
Uh,
I mean, you can if you
Would I-
wanted.
I was gonna say, would it be possible to try and just put one more shot, like as if I'd like duck and like, you know, just try and get a quick one out?
Okay. Well, hang on. So your block was successful, but I am going to see. Okay. So you want to essentially kind of take its tail, and maybe the front of this thing is armored to tears, but the back of it you think may be more exposed. So
Yeah.
you want to try to get an extra shot off with that. For 4 successes, this is cool as fuck. So yes, go
Counterattack,
ahead and
yeah.
do it.
Alrighty, let's see.
Yeah, he has a bare baboon ass that you can try and target with the shotgun.
No, I panic and tremble because he almost killed me.
Oh.
Okay. Does
Oh, he
tremble?
passed the roll for it? I thought the 4 successes would ride out.
Yeah, I think you're. So let's see. For this, I'm not going to give you as bad of a thing. Let's say that you tried to take the shot, but since you panicked, you're not going to run out of ammo or anything. It's basically just kind of nullifying the successes. So, like, you tried to do it, but everything is too chaotic. It's all happening right now.
Yeah.
That was its slow action. Let's see. This. Miller, I'm going to need you to roll a couple of more 2 armor dice for your suit there.
All right. Oh, no successes.
Okay. There is, at first, it's hard for you to think with all of this that's going on in the moment. As the pressure is continuing to build, you're feeling like it's already caused some ribs to crack and like it's trying to puncture in a bit more. And that's when you feel something on your shoulder that is mounting more and more and more pressure. As this thing leans down, and Reed, you watch it methodically take a chunk, aiming directly for Miller's right scapula, directly into the bone, taking a massive bite out of it. Miller, you are effectively going to have the critical injury. Let's see. I'm kind of ruling this a little bit off of the critical injury 52 for arm artery cut. Your blood is starting to seep out everywhere, and you are going to potentially fall unconscious within the next turn or
God.
2.
It's got my arm! My arm, Reed! My arm!
I'm trying.
And oh yeah, I should probably roll for damage on that bad boy. Miller, you take an additional 2 damage.
Oh, I'm still up.
Okay. Reed, it is back to your official turn as you are watching Miller screaming as this thing is starting to bite into him.
Yeah, we're gonna try and do more of an aimed shot this time. I still have the idea that the backside or the tail might be more effective against bullets or less effective. I don't know. I just want to
So
kill it.
if you want to get around to that, you're going to need to use your fast action to move into this room to try and plant a closer shot on it.
I will.
Okay.
Maybe against my better judgment, but we're gonna do that and hopefully shoot the fucking thing.
It feels bad to punish you for the tremble whenever you were just trying to take an extra shot in, so I'm not going to have that penalty for right now. I want to see what you can do.
Let's see. I got one success.
Bro.
Right. And how much damage does that shotgun do?
I forget. I think it's like 2 or 3. I gotta pull it up.
Let's see the weapons in gear. What does it say? 12 gauge pump shotgun?
Yeah.
Could do 3 damage.
Okay.
And you get a +2 bonus to, when you roll with, because weapons have bonus die.
Oh, so I just roll 2 extra d6?
Roll, yeah, 2 more base die.
Nope.
All right.
And so, a reason I didn't really want to punish you for the tremble and at least get one shot off is to finally showcase that these things have double armor values
Son of a
against
bitch.
shotguns.
Fuck.
Oh, that's a satisfying amount of dice. Holy shit. With 16 dice, I only got 1 success. So for your 3 damage, you do actually take a bit of a chunk out of this. And narratively, it is going to be more exposed at the back. This may have given Miller the moment he needs, as it is going to be distracted and reel around towards you. Miller, you're feeling this weight lift off of your back, although you can't feel your right arm.
Does it turn around to look at Reed,
Yes.
exposing its back? I'm gonna fucking quick draw the pistol with my one remaining working hand and try to shoot it in the back.
So you can actually, it's more or less on top of you, but I can say that with the pistol, you can try and sort of aim for its armpit, sort of the gaps in between it, and getting at some of the soft tissue in there as a last stand, as your vision is starting to get blurry.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna do that with the pistol, and we'll aim for the exposed point. So I'm also gonna use my fast aim. Is it a fast aim?
Your fast is going to be to draw the pistol.
Oh, understood. All right. Well, we're gonna quick draw it like a cowboy. Here we go. Bonus +2. Let's see it. Good God. Oh, 3 successes, and we're gonna use a story point for 4.
Hell yes. So, as you describe this glorious moment in your final, last stand here.
Well, I'd love for it to turn around, like it whips its head around to face Reed as Reed blasts it with the shotgun, right? And it leaps into the air, about to pounce. And then in that moment, quick draw the handgun, shoot it right in the spine, right? The spine, exposed spine area. And before it even hits the ground, it's dead.
Well, I didn't say that it was
Oh, it's not dead?
dead, because it still has armor. It's just not as much on the underside. So you had, what is the base damage of the pistol?
2.
And then you had 4 successes on top of it, so you're using all of those for damage?
Yeah.
Fuck it. Spike is no more.
Then that's what happens. Oh!
As this thing is gorilla charging at Reed, then yes, there is this blam, 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 as its head is kind of dodging a bit to the side. And Miller on the ground, barrel of the gun smoking, is using his last waking moments in order to blast this thing as it falls into a heap with a thud.
That was for Rye, and I passed the fuck
Now,
out.
yeah, Miller, you are broken at this point as you are effectively bleeding out. Reed, this is going to be a very important first aid roll. Unfortunately, you are in the whole medical area and all that.
Yeah, we're gonna try and scrounge up for everything. Grab literally whatever I've seen. Maybe the doc grab. Start trying to patch him up, and maybe over his radio, fucking yell towards the crew that's outside. We need the doc in here now. Medbay now, now. Get off his comm and start trying to work on him. Holy shit! Hopefully this works.
Okay, give me a first aid roll.
Oh,
Nah.
oh my god! Can you use the med pod that Rye was in?
You can use a story point.
I don't have a story point.
All right, well, that's that. Make it dramatic. Make it hurt.
Push that roll.
Push it.
Oh, do you want to
Push
push
that
that
roll.
roll?
I'm gonna push the roll. How do I push the roll? Do I just add a stress or
Add a stress,
so you-
and then
there's a
any
button that
die
just
that were
push
not
it.
sixes, you can re-roll.
so all of them? Cool.
Yeah. Live,
Oh,
damn
God.
it, live!
Fuck! I can't look.
We got one success.
Holy fuck! Yeah! Oh my god!
Breathe, darn you!
So as you cram his arm wound full of as much gauze as you can to try and stop the bleeding, you're trying to get him to wake, and you're doing sort of the chest compressions just as best as you've seen from your time in the Corps. And it's not working. It's not working. And so you take your hand and you pound down, thinking of the thing that was on top of him just a minute ago. You know that you're breaking ribs, and a part of you likes it. But as you are pounding down, Miller coughs a spurt of blood, and you pull back from pounding more.
Oh god, I feel like fucking hell.
Come on, I gotta get you in one of these pods until the doc gets here. You are fucking not looking good, bud.
Yeah, Miller, you are more or less unconscious as Reed can attempt to get you in one of the pods. That's a good enough transition for Flynn to start getting a lot of calls coming in over the radio.
What?
Cham and Johns have been working on the engines, and more or less Cham is trying to keep the mood light, talking amongst themselves, and then all of a sudden you get a call in from Reed. Reed, go ahead.
Doc, medbay now. We need you now. And then I just
What happened?
code blue, red, or something. He's bleeding out. Just come.
Okay. I hand my tool to whoever I'm working nearest to.
You hand your tool over to Johns as Cham is taking it upon himself to really get everything going. You can drop what you're doing, and Flynn, I am going to actually, this is as good a reason as any. Cham, Johns, and Flynn, for the time that you have been outside, I'm going to ask for another oxygen roll, and then Flynn, I'm going to ask for a mobility roll to see how quickly you can get to the medbay area.
All right, so I lost an oxygen. I'm down to 2 oxygen.
Johns is down to about 50%.
I lost none.
It's crazy. Just whenever you're focused, it's like you're holding your breath even just to keep working on these engines as long as you can.
This is my sweet spot. Like, this is where Chim is the most comfortable, like dealing with engines and machines and stuff.
I got
No.
0 successes. I also only have 3 panic. Is that normal? Should I take a panic die for just being summoned right there in that?
That does sound like something urgent, and you think that one of them is going to be, something bad has happened.
All right, I added a stress die, but still.
They
I
also
didn't
said
get
that they were in the med bay, so you know something has happened with Spike.
I didn't get any successes, but no panics. I guess it's a good
Okay.
thing.
As you quickly dun, 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 going across the ship, around the exterior, and down to the airlock from the which is typically used to lower you down to the surface, leaving Cham and Johns outside.
Doc, you all right? What's going on?
They summoned. Something bad happened in the med bay. Someone's bleeding out.
Oh fuck. All right. Jones and I are gonna keep at it out here. Get in there, get him saved.
Honestly,
Whoever.
probably safer where you guys are. I gotta go help whoever's. God, I don't know who's hurt. It's not Reed, but it's someone else. Could be your captain. It could be Clayton. It could be.
Leighton. Yeah. Shit. Get in there. We got this out here. No worries.
Reed and Miller can give me observation rolls.
So I'm like semi-conscious. All right.
I'll give you a -3 penalty just
Oh.
to see.
I ain't seen nothing.
-3.
Yeah.
I get a stress, but I succeed. I am more panic. I scream. Ah!
This may make sense because Reed is lifting you up on the other med pod. And as you are propped up looking at this heap on the ground, you are pretty sure that it just moved.
Behind you! And then you gotta roll panic now too.
Go
Ah!
ahead and roll panic, Reed. Oh, also, Reed, you can take that additional stress for seeing Old Spike. I don't think I actually told you to do that.
Yeah.
Alright, so that makes it
yeah,
a
I dropped
10
my
instead
item.
of a 9.
The item being Miller.
Oh, so if it's a 10 now, then what is it? Let's
Yeah,
see.
if it's a 10, it's different.
If it's a 10, you freeze.
Okay, I freeze.
As Miller is panicked, screaming, as the camera is going from Miller's perspective, you see this out of focus heap starts rising back up again on unsteady legs. I'm going to roll. Okay. As it actually, I'm going to roll that again just to see what it does. Rolled the same thing.
Faded.
It is going to pile into Reed, and it's almost like a train that rams you against the opposite wall as you are frozen standing there. I'm going to go ahead and roll for its attack. Go ahead and roll for your 2 armor.
Nope.
It is going to slam and crush you into the opposite wall. You're going to take 2 damage as you are hearing things pop. And then it's going to keep going. You can hear the contents of the wall start cracking, and it seems like it is trying to make a brute force escape. I am going to give you 1 chance to roll mobility, close combat, anything, or it is going to crush you against the wall on its way out.
We're gonna try and use our shotgun, whatever rounds we have left in this one, to maybe make some wiggle space as we slide down.
This thing
maybe.
it's bleeding, it's moving unsteadily. You might say it has 1 health left.
let's give her all she got. I got 1 success, but 2 panics. I freeze again.
Did you add the bonus from the shotgun?
Oh, let me do that. Sorry.
Should be
Okay, 2 successes, 2 panic, and that panic made me freeze.
Okay. Now it's dead.
Oh my god.
Get this fucking thing off me!
Dude, put a couple of shots in that just in case.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, until the clip's empty, I'm gonna keep on putting it into it.
Double,
Can
I'm-
I, can I
triple
radio
tap.
them?
Yes, you can.
Hey, if you guys are in the lab, be careful of the cage. He has a long tail. You
Get the fuck in here!
Okay.
End transmission.
Over. Reed, how much health do you have at this point?
I'm hurt. I got 2 out of 5 health.
Okay. As it was crushing you against the wall, this happened, it felt very slow as you're hearing more of that popping. Your head is pounding. And you look down, your hands are, covered in blood. Flynn, you get to the airlock, get to the vehicle bay, and then start making your way up. Cham, you're working on the engines as Johns is sullenly helping you. Wilson, you're plotting a course to Earth,
Mhm.
checking with Ava.
Mhm.
And is there any information that you would like to learn?
I might pull Ava aside and say, Clayton, you need to rest. You're not looking very good. And I'll pull Ava aside and I'll say, is there any information that that you think I should know about what happened here when this crew is on the ship?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Why is there an axe in the navigation console?
I believe Colonel Reed objected to the plans to leave Earth, or to depart for Earth.
Why?
She has a propensity for nervous breakdowns. And with
Sounds like a
that,
liability.
we are going to take a quick bio break and officially transition from Act 2 into Act 3. The curtain rises again on Act 3 of Chariot of the Gods. We're going to start more on. Actually, we're going to stay exactly where we left off, in the bridge. Wilson, you are attempting to get additional information out of Ava. Clayton is somewhat barking orders on occasion if something is classified. And you can see from the power dynamic that Ava responds to direct orders from Clayton as potentially a superior of the crew.
Okay. And I'm sure I've already asked this, but it's been a couple of months. In terms of hierarchy, do I know sort of where I sit in the company versus Clayton?
So, where you sit in the company is Clayton outranked you when
Right.
it was just Wayland Corp.
Right.
But they are, of course, no more. Rip in peace. Now we have Wayland Utani. So you officially outrank her because she is officially dead.
Right.
The
Not
issue
on the
here
ship.
is the sort of like Ava's programming is through
Mhm.
Wayland Corp. And I feel like you would have gotten the information through some of the talking with her that her prerogative is to protect the Cronus and its crew.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
so it's purely because Clayton is recognized as Cronus crew. Miller technically outranks her, although Miller has not Miller, I'm sorry, Johns technically outranks her, but he
Mhm.
hasn't really been issuing too many orders.
Right. Got it. Okay. Okay. That's fine. If there's any other information I can get, that would be great about what happened. I understand that Clayton's trying to prevent some of it, but so Reed put an axe through this, and I'll turn to Clayton. I'll say, "You didn't do anything about that."
I was too busy getting everyone the fuck out of here. Everyone that is alive on this ship right now is alive because of me. It was chaos out there.
Hmm.
And
I guess
think,
Reed is more
Hmm?
is a greater asset than a liability. Then that's what you determined.
We always need someone to do the heavy lifting, don't we?
I suppose so.
And I think
Well,
Ava
yeah.
would filter in slightly more information, especially if you can manage to get sort of put some distance between you and Clayton. And Ava will convey everything that has happened on the Cronus with more detail than the monologue I gave from John's earlier. She will state, as actually, I'm going to roll stamina for Clayton just to see if she can stay awake, as this may be more cinematic. Holy shit, that's 3 out of 6 successes. Yes, she is awake through sheer brute force of will. But Ava will mention that their directive was to locate samples of A0-3959X.9115, which the science team dubbed the 26 Draconis strain, based on the system the planetoid LV1113 was located in. They recovered this substance from what appeared to be ceremonial urns from pyramids from unknown origin located on the planet. Shortly after arrival and during transport of these urns is whenever the bloodbursters began erupting from some of the crew, as these things tend to replicate quickly. And Doctors Cooper and Flynn, who were part of the science team, recognized that the local flora and fauna must have been contaminated with something from this 26 Draconis strain, that it had wildly mutagenic properties and caused uncontained cell growth and replication to derive new forms of life. That they suspected it had done something merging between fungi and insects to create these neomorphs, as Dr. Flynn has called them. As the scientists were attempting to derive a cure, they arrived at the 26 Draconis vaccine that was using parts of this substance to render the actively replicating parts of it inert. It's the same basic principle behind something like a regular viral inoculation, that you do dead parts of it so that your body knows how to respond to the living parts of it. However, Dr. Cooper expressed some concerns about the long-term effectiveness of such a vaccine. And
How
I
long
think,
term?
and it's at this point that Cooper said, "Yeah, and we all saw how well that went for him, didn't it?"
So the other members of the crew
Some members
that
of the
were
crew went, in a word, berserk, and began attacking other members. There was much chaos in the moment, and she was primarily following orders from at that point, was Captain Miller. God damn it, it was Captain Johns. After the main captain of the mission, McDaniels, was incapacitated from a neomorph burst. Clayton issued a coup against the other parts of the crew members, as the science team was still attempting to keep trying to understand, trying to stop everything that was happening, as the security team was being overwhelmed by creatures on this planet. and eventually ushered the current survivors onto the ship to make for a hasty retreat, leaving the primary science lab module behind on the planet. They barricaded themselves into the cryo chamber and left Ava to keep the ship moving and plot a course for Earth. At which point, this is when they encountered the microasteroid field, which then fucked the ship up. And Ava has largely been avoiding the denizens of the ship as it plummeted into subspace temperatures and has waited for 70 years for you.
Great. Well, we have to get going back to Earth. If we can continue to avoid these creatures, I guess if you have any strategies, stay quiet, I guess.
Staying quiet and lowering your body temperature appears to render you more difficult to detect, based on my observations. They don't seem to attack me in the same ways that they target you humans.
Hmm. There's no cold baths around, so unfortunately, I don't think that's an option for us.
There is a crew shower station.
I don't think I'm inclined to go back out there.
And speaking of going back out there, we're going, as you look at the, I have a great shot in mind. As you turn to look at the blast doors on the pilot station, we see a similar set of heavy doors open up as Flynn exits through the airlock cycle. You are on deck D in the garage area and are trying to hastily make your way up to the into the med lab.
Alright, I've been a recluse in the med lab all game, so I'm rusty at navigating around the ship. If I'm on deck D.
So the easiest would be, you'll see that there's elevators on the left and right side of the map. The left hand side, or the right hand side, is going to be the functioning elevator, I believe I said. Doesn't really matter. But you can take the one functioning elevator up and to deck B in order to get to the med lab there.
I'll use the functioning elevator.
Yeah. You've already had a hefty amount of walking. It's good to get some fresh air on the ship finally. And you can take the elevator up to the med lab here. Reed, what are you and Miller doing during this time?
Right now I'm just trying to keep myself up after being crushed into a wall, uh, putting in all the bullets I have left into my gun, slowly waiting for Doc to come in. Hopefully Miller's still awake. I keep peeking back to see if he's, good.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if good's the right word.
Well, you're breathing, so that's fine. And I'm sure once the doctor gets here, he's gonna fix you up good.
That thing must have given you a concussion or something. It's your hands are shaking, your vision keeps blurring in and out a bit as you're primarily focusing on using your last reload for your shotgun. You're just counting each shell as you're loading it in. Your hands, while there's still the blood is starting to dry on them, it's mixing in with some of the splotchiness as this fucking rash is just kept building and building. Your head feels like it's splitting in half. You find yourself getting angrier. And Flynn, you can enter into the med lab and
Jesus.
take a stress as you can see that Spike's cage is burst open.
Oh jeez. Oh. I walk in and my head starts spinning, and as soon as I see the broken cage, I'm muttering how at pretty much every question. What, how, who, when, and I'm gonna walk in and look for Reed because she's the only person I know's in here.
Oh, I'm waiting. I'm sitting here calmly till that door opens. About time you showed up. You're really urgent, huh?
Who's bleeding out?
Miller, I was able to stop it, but if you're not able to fix him up a bit, there's gonna be more than fucking 2 dead bodies in here.
Okay.
And I've got this fucking rash, and I swear to Christ, it's because of those fucking vaccines. You better do something about it. Find something. Do something.
Have I seen Spike's body yet? Or that's in the next room?
Yes, you definitely have by this point. You can take another stress if you want, because he was your bouncing baby boy.
I'll take another one.
What did you do?
Is her? Well, I'm just looking at Reed. So her shirt's wet with blood and probably xenomorph viscera.
Yes. Her clothes are, I mean, especially her shirt is torn and ripped more towards where it was pinning her against the wall. So you can see it's kind of ripped a little bit at the seam here. She's covered in a hefty amount of blood, as well as a sort of a greenish yellow substance that you can assume must have been Spike's.
Is there a safety shower in the lab? Med bay?
Yes, that would be sensible to have.
Reed, you need to get in the shower right now.
Is this really the fucking time?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you just need to do
You
that.
have 5 minutes. I'm gonna take a shower, look at Miller. If I come back and nothing has changed, something's gonna.
All right, Reed. Well, your rash is going to get a lot worse if you don't shower. Their blood is extremely dangerous for our skin. I'm gonna go into the next room.
Hey, Doc.
But Miller, Captain. All right.
Your
I'm
pet
looking
got
him
out.
over. Why did you guys come up here?
I just wanted to check on Rye. He didn't make it. That thing killed him.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think he has anything to do with this goddamn ship.
Okay. Miller, let me take a look at you. It looks like.
Does it look bad?
Are you laying on your back? Are you in the pod? Or are you just
Yeah, I
I-
imagine he's sort of propped up in the pod, kind of like a hospital bed. You can raise it up just a bit.
Pod's getting a lot of use.
Yeah.
Does it look bad?
I'm looking at him. Can I look at his back?
Yeah. You can sort of lift him up and over and can see that it looks like Spike took a hefty bite out of the. I mean, it aimed more at the bone tissue more than anything, which feels counter to most creatures' hunting instincts. And it took such a chomp out of it. The nerves and the arteries are more or less in place. It looks like some of them may have gotten nicked, but that's going to require immediate attention. Everything is sort of stymied over for now, but any sort of strenuous activity is going to likely cause these to tear. And it's questionable if he is ever going to regain use of this arm, especially as the ball socket joint is currently free floating in what used to be his scapula.
Yeah. I'm guessing the scapula is gone, right?
More or less.
Bad,
All right,
Doc?
Miller. You're alive. That's all that matters,
Guess so.
right? So, in my experience, do you think it'd be better for me to just turn the pod on for him, or should I try and operate?
Before you do that, can you tell me if I'm infected? Is there a way for you to know?
I have to do an exam, but theoretically, you've been vaccinated, right?
Yeah.
You should be fine.
So for this, I will
For now.
say the pod is not going to function on auto dock unless it can make a complete seal on the inside. And at this point, you have fucked up all of like 3 of the 4 halves of the pods because Spike kind of ruined the other one. You can use the med pod equipment manually. Or just roll first aid yourself. You can, on the other hand, use your analysis talent if you wanted to look into Miller's asking if he's infected.
Yeah, I was considering that, but I guess if that's what he wants, then I guess we can start with looking. If you want, though, I can do an exam, Miller.
If you need to use the pod, you're gonna have to get rid of the pieces in there.
No, there are 2 pods. You are in the one that the
Oh.
desiccated, mummified body was in. Reed just
lovely.
kind of callously dumped it out. It's laying on the floor.
All right.
At least I look better than that guy. Oh,
Actually,
fuck.
Yeah.
Actually, narratively, that was the gauze that Reed used to clog up the wound was ripping the shirt off of that mummified body and
Fuck.
cramming it to pad it in. Okay, so do you want to use your analysis talent to essentially take some samples on Miller, checking around the wound and whatnot there?
Yeah.
Or do you want to use first aid?
I rolled
then?
4 successes with 3 panic die. What the fuck?
This makes sense.
Nervous twitch.
I got nervous twitch.
So it's pretty easy to take a blood sample from a more or less open wound, and you can take oh my God, what do they call it? The little microscope plate things.
Slides.
Yeah, thank you.
Petri
The
dish
microscope
thing.
slides.
Oh, the slides.
Yeah, checking through on that. You said that you got 4 successes for your analysis roll there.
Yes.
What you see is, in addition to the hefty amount of debris that you got on this sample, you are looking at Miller's cells. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. You're wasting your time. Like, he's going to die if you don't do your first what? You look and you see a red blood cell divide. They don't do that. They should never do that. As you're looking further, you're searching, you can see that there's something wrong. The other cell looks misshapen. And you have an uncomfortable memory echoing from Cooper, who expressed concerns that the vaccines weren't completely safe. It's why he didn't take it himself. You quickly take a sample of your own blood, put it on the slide, and are looking at it and can see splitting more. The very tint of your blood cells are leaning closer to a darker burgundy than the typical crimson that they should be, almost laced with some kind of black substance inside. And it's as you're looking at this and starting to panic, you hear Reed grunt in frustration and the sound of a boom, as if she punched the wall of the shower in anger. You can also add another stress die for this.
Okay. That's really bad. So
Cham, how's it going out there, big guy?
Woo, baby, we're getting these engines repaired. Everything's coming up great.
Okay. For your multiple successes, you feel pretty confident giving a look around that at least you can get the engines A and B more or less serviceable. C, you feel is all right, but D is still going to take a decent amount of time. You have been out here for a while, and John's is for someone who's supposed to be second in command, he's just all right at following orders. Whenever you ask him to do something, he's just quiet. What do you
John's,
want
you all
to
right
do?
over there?
Fine.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks like A and B are all set. D is going to take a while, but be getting off of here real soon, real soon. So, all right. You ready to do this thing, or you need a break, or what do you need, brother?
Just tell me what the fuck to do so we can get out of here.
All right. Sounds good, man. Sounds real good.
You
Let's.
can give an observation roll if you want. You are sounding suspicious, and I just want to give your character a chance to maybe learn something, or just what you would like to do alone
This
with
is
John's.
observation, right?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 8 dice, no successes, no panic either. So,
You can choose whether or not to turn the lights inside of your helmet on or off. And John's is dark. You can't even get a read on his face. All you know is that he's just resorted more to grumbles and grunts, more fumbling around.
all right. Johns, tell you what, we got A and B done. How about we head back over to C, just make sure everything's holding up all right before we start on D. Does that sound good to you, brother? Yeah, let's see. You all right, brother? Turn your helmet light on. Let's see. Let's make sure you're all set.
Super casual roll. Uh, he stands there.
All right. Well, let's get over to C, shall we? And I'm gonna kind of point to C, like past him, and I'll be like, that way. Let's get to C. Let's get this repaired, and let's get the fuck out of here and home, big guy. What do you say? You lead the way.
You don't need to pass an observation roll to notice that he seems to be stumbling at
Great.
somewhat uncertain footing. He's dropped a couple of tools actually that have sort of floated away as you've been working on this. You worry that maybe the pressure's getting to him, maybe his oxygen is getting low. Speaking of, you can go ahead and give me another oxygen roll, and then you can give me another heavy machinery roll to continue working with this. It sounds like you may want to take on an extra stress die for continuing on alone with him out here.
Yeah. So you roll oxygen. I did not lose any. I'm still good. You said heavy machinery roll
Yeah, if you
with
want to.
with stress. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 13 dice. Let's see what we get. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1 panic. 6 successes, 1 panic. Holy shit! Again.
Roll your panic dice and add your current whatever your stress, or I'm sorry, roll a d6 and add your stress and tell me what you get for your panic roll.
You got it. I got an 8.
It's a good thing that space is a bit of a vacuum because it's doing a lot to cancel out the rattling as your wrench is sort of trembling and hitting the bolts as you're trying to tighten and work them around. You're trying to keep it together,
Oh,
but
shit. Shit.
Yeah. You your skill rolls using agility are going to suffer a -2 to any rolls that I'm going to ask for. I'll try to remind you of this,
Yeah.
but
I had a ton of agility too. That's fucking great.
yeah. As you're trying to keep sort of one eye on John's, one eye on the task at hand.
Okay.
Is there anything that you would like to do as extra with your successes? You can either use these to try and speed up the process as you are just like working on these engines with inhuman efficiency.
Yeah. Yeah, I think speed is the key here, but I'd really like to make sure that I'm eyeballing John's. I want to take a good look at the suit that he's in, like the body language, just everything that's going on with him.
Okay. I will count because you had a shitload of successes, right? Like
I
4.
had a ton. I had 6 this time. It's
Okay.
fucking nuts.
I'll tell you what. You can choose I'm doing a little bit of head math, but you can choose a number of those successes to have as a bonus on any observation rolls that I may or may not ask for involving John's.
Right, yeah, I'm just eyeballing it and I'm making that small talk like, yeah, well, you know how it is, and yeah, company's always screwing us
Shut the fuck up.
working men. Whoa, partner. Whoa, okay.
You're always talking.
That's right, I
Talk
am.
so much.
All right, let's get back into the ship. Take a break. We're about done here. We're good. And I'm going to walk over to John's to just like, hey, it's okay, partner. Let's get inside. It's all right. We're gonna be fine. And as I approach him, I would like to remove his oxygen tube, like unplug it from his suit. So I'll be like, hey, brother, let's go inside. Let's go here. Let me give you a hand. I'm just going to
Okay.
pop the tube out.
I will. So
What
here's a
the-
question. Are you trying to be sneaky about this?
Yeah, I'm not like abrupt. I'm just like,
Okay.
hey, it's going to be fine. It's going to be
Then
fine.
I'm going to ask for a mobility roll with a -2
Oh,
penalty as you're trying to be subtle about this.
1 dice. Oh, plus my stress, right?
Plus your stress.
Mm. I got 1 success, 1 panic.
All right. Let's go ahead and roll that d6 again. As your hands are still trembling as you're trying to real just
Slightly less. I got a 7.
okay. So I am going to say the 8 is going to override the 7 at this point. You went
Okay,
from
sure.
a tremble to a nervous twitch. You're still just shaking a bit.
Yeah.
Did you get any successes on that?
1 success.
Okay. So that may be because you and unhook the cable on the back of his suit.
Mhm.
And I'm going to need you to roll me a d10.
Oh, fish one out. That's a 10. I don't know
That's
if that's
not
good or
good,
bad.
actually.
Oh,
That's
fuck.
but this is somewhat fitting for what's going on. As you do this, and with a familiar speed and force of impact, he ape swings an arm out at you and is
No,
going to try to
fuck.
catch you right in the torso again. Give me just 2 seconds.
My torso. No.
That's my second favorite organ. Wait. Okay.
At least it's not my scapula.
You can go ahead and roll 2 for your armor.
No successes.
Okay. So here is a question.
Hmm.
Because you've been relying on these mag boots to keep you attached to the ship.
Yeah.
Have you been running any sort of safety lines to connect you?
I would probably think that we have. Yeah. I think actually we specifically mentioned that in the last episode. I may be wrong, but I thought we had talked about that.
Because it serves to make things a little more thrilling, and because he happened to just roll 4 successes on that hit
Oh,
with
fuck.
no armor, he just bam knocks you, and you feel even the magnets on your boots are lifting you up, and you start going backwards, flying back through space until there is one steel cable that twangs back as the ship seems to continue drifting forward through the emptiness of space, and it is the only thing keeping you attached.
Shit. Fuck. Shit. Shit. Fuck. Shit.
You can add another stress dice for this, and it is going to be your turn.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, wait, actually, it's still your turn. John's is howling, although I don't know if you kept your suit microphone on?
Maybe.
Okay, sure.
Probably.
He is screaming and howling as you have done this. It is your turn.
Shit. What is he doing? Is he just flailing about? Does he look like he's making his way to the tether anchor or anything like that? Like,
From what you can see, it looks like he was a powder keg waiting to go off, and then that little stimulus from you disconnecting his air supply was all that he needed to go ballistic. He doesn't seem to be thinking that much. He's not heading towards the line, but he is howling and starting to smash and like hit things around on the engine as you are hanging back.
fuck.
But you're going to have to get closer to him to get down on this line.
Fucking shit. Okay. But I've stopped. My momentum has stopped, correct?
At the end, at the very end of this cable, yes. But if any significant amount of trauma happens to this line, we're going to have to cross this bridge when we get to it.
All right. I'm gonna. Can we say that I might have tools on my belt? Like, do I still have my cutting torch?
I think you have the little itty bitty one, yes.
Yeah. If I pull that out, can I use it to fire off to give me propulsion to get me moving towards the ship? Is it powerful enough for that?
I love the creativity, but for this little torch, no. I would say your oxygen tanks your spare tanks are connected via carabiners, and you could pop open an oxygen tank, and that would give you a significant amount of propulsion back to the main exterior.
Let's do that. I grab one, I pop the cork like champagne, and I want to try to get it so I can get to the ship. If possible, I would like to use my line to also clothesline John's as I go.
Oh, you always got to try to make things fancy.
I got
So, if you're going to do that, I would actually ask for something more of a wits-based roll. Oh, my voice cracked there. Wow. Something more of a wits-based roll to try and plot any sort of trajectory, or otherwise you can just rocket back towards the ship. I might ask for a bit of a mobility roll to avoid hitting the back of your suit and trying to land on your feet.
I'll tell you what, I won't. Yeah, I won't make it too fancy. I guess I'll just try to get to the ship then. Like, let's not make it. I won't make it too complicated. So just back to the ship. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, go ahead and give me a mobility roll to see how you land, if you land on your feet.
With a -2, correct?
With your -2 to your base die.
That is 2 successes, no panic.
Okay. So then, as your speakers are getting overwhelmed with just this, they're clipping at the amount of screaming and yelling that is going on from Johns's comms. You turn around about face, take your oxygen tank, and then you sort of unscrew the top cap until there is a plume of. I mean, it comes out almost as frost in terms of the difference of temperature and rockets you back towards the ship. You are able to sort of angle your feet downwards as you feel like you're about to make impact because you're facing the opposite direction. And you feel a boom as you make contact with it and pray that your magnets are engaged enough as you start skidding along the exterior of the ship.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit!
Reed,
fuck.
you are angry. This is worse. This isn't a fucking skin rash. You can't just put some steroids on this. What the fuck did they do to you?
Yeah, we're gonna come out of the shower as dressed as we angrily can be, and pretty much just go to the dock and say, "We fix this." As I keep pointing to the splotches, something's happening. I told fucking Dr. Cooper said it. These vaccines weren't good. I'm telling you, what is in me?
Flynn, as Reed has walked in to do this, you are seeing these climbing, almost, they're not quite lesions, but you're seeing just this skin, this red stitching almost is working its way up her neck and towards her face. Her eyes are wild, and she with one hand places it under your neck and pins you up against the wall. Your feet are not touching the ground.
Reed, we had to take the vaccines. You saw what happened to Cooper. They came out of his fucking mouth.
And look at what's happening to me.
Yeah, you've lasted longer.
How much longer?
You
5-10 minutes? Relatively? I don't know, an hour or two? How much longer can I go?
You just got doused with neomorph blood. That's what the reaction is being caused by.
So you can fix this.
Listen, I'm trying. I'm the only doctor on here, and this is a strain that we've never encountered. I'm trying my best, Reed.
You could try your best, and you could try very fast, because I'm about to put your head through this fucking wall.
Also, let me tell you, Reed, I can't help the captain if you have me pinned against the wall. So what do you want?
I kind of just release, shove back. Just fix it!
Alright, I am going to look around in like I'm looking for medical stuff, and I want to grab a sedative.
Okay. I am imagining Reed is basically pacing around, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that you would be like suspiciously paying a lot of attention. You are mostly trying to keep yourself from ripping Flynn's tiny fucking head off. You can't stand how he won't shut the fuck up. They always think that they're better than you. These company freaks, they always think that they know. They're not even human anymore.
Yeah, I'll pace around if there's like a filing cabinet, maybe every now and then, just give it a nice kick.
You find yourself fantasizing about killing Clayton. And Flynn, you can open up a drawer.
I shudder every time he like kicks a filing cabinet.
I think Flynn and Miller can take an additional stress dice for Reed's unsportsmanlike behavior.
Also, I will say, because I succeeded on my observation, me and everyone around me loses a stress die, if in case. So, do you want to do that? That's what that's what the thing says.
Well, you did panic.
Okay, yeah, I don't know how successes work. I mean, I don't
So,
care. The more panic, the merrier. It's more dice to succeed with. I love it.
Yeah, that's absolutely what happens there. Let me just double check on your talent real quick. Because I think that oh shit, this doesn't have the right one.
It's in our DM, so I can.
Let me double check.
Oh, Doc, hurry.
Yeah, hurry.
Are we fucked? Am I infected, Doc?
You're
Okay,
not.
so what I would say for this is this information is a bit too much. You can
Okay.
choose to share it with the others in the room. That may or may not lower their stress, but this is not exactly a comforting revelation.
I am not sharing that.
Okay.
Yeah, am I infected, Doc?
No, you are not infected. You're not going to have tumors.
All right, can I see if he's lying?
You can
the hell said you got tumor?
absolutely.
But no, like the tumor, the neomorph tumor. You're not going to end up like Rye.
That's still deception.
I will 100%. You can do a contested manipulate roll or observation from Miller's part, whatever is better for you.
Very well. Holy shit, that's a lot of dice. What the? Okay, I scream, and I got 3 successes.
And I also
Flynn?
scream.
He
Wait,
also
Flynn, how did you
screams.
do?
Ah!
wait, where's mine? All right, so I got 2 successes
So
and a scream.
Miller, you both end up screaming your lungs out at each other. And I want to just see how this plays out. As Miller, you end up getting some sort of information out of Flynn. You can tell that he's dodging around something, maybe by saying, well, you're not going to get cancer. You're going to live forever. That really tips you off that something is wrong. So what does your back and forth look like as you just devolve into a screaming match?
Like,
Panicked
what
or
is it?
otherwise?
What is it actually? Why can't you just goddamn say it?
I'm afraid what's happening to you is what's happening to Reed right now.
Reed's about to shotgun someone while we're not looking.
Reed's shotgun is laying against the chair that she was in. She's pacing. She's using her fists.
I am sick of you Corpo types lying. You Corpo types got us in this situation.
Why am
You
I being
shouldn't
painted as the
have kept
corpo
that
type?
goddamn abomination in that cage.
Hey, self-preservation, man. You know what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen when we
What's
go
gonna
to Earth?
happen? You tell me.
They are going to kill all of us.
What the fuck?
I wanted information so I could be proved useful, and they would want to keep me around. It's self-preservation. We are nothing but liabilities on the books right now. We're all
Yeah.
infected.
Oh, we
We're
are
all
infected,
going-
huh? We're infected, huh?
Well, I guess that's where I let it slip.
Yeah, and I think this is the screaming match 100%.
Listen, man, we are fucked. Okay.
Yeah, we gotta blow up this goddamn ship so no one else can get infected.
Honestly, I'm inclined to agree. However, I think a few of us may be happening what happened to Collins.
Okay, well, you better fucking hurry up so we can do what we gotta do. Everyone in this room agrees?
I'm pacing in the
Reed,
other room. I
what
just
do you
hear,
hit? Reed, you can give me an observation roll if you want to catch Flynn's yelling about where everyone is infected.
Panic scream.
I get 1 success. We're what?
Reed gets the anchor man. I don't know what we're yelling about.
But they Reed succeeded.
Everyone's stress goes down by 1. As I think that this is good. This is therapy, really, right? I'm pretty sure that's how therapy works.
Yeah, no, I come rushing in the room. What did I just hear you say?
We're all infected, and we gotta.
Fucking bastard!
Hey! We can do something about this. I want to blow
Yeah,
up
I
this
could do
fucking
something
ship.
about this right now.
No. We focus that anger on what's important for the good of everyone. We can't let this ship get to Earth or Wayland Yutani. We just gotta blow it up.
I punch a wall. I punch a wall so fucking hard.
As it's maybe this time that there is a bit of that broadcast. Clayton's voice. Crew of the Cronus. We're getting some signals that engines A and B are ready but not connected to the fusion reactor. Not getting any response from C. This is enough for us to limp back to Earth. we are going to need to reconnect the engines to the fusion reactor to make our journey back home.
Punch wall again.
Look, we're gonna go down there. We're gonna blow this goddamn place up. We're gonna overload it with the fuel rods, do whatever it takes. But
I'll just shoot the fucking thing. How much could it just need to explode?
I don't know. I'm not an engineer. But if we want to stand the best chances, Doc, you're gonna have to patch us up because that Collins thing is still in there.
Yeah. And who's to know how long it's going to be until one of you turn into Collins?
Eyes lingering a little bit more on Reed than the others.
Listen, you're a miserable person, but you're being even more miserable. I can see it. It's very concerning. I've never seen you punch this many filing cabinets. Usually like 1 or 2.
I've never had a reason to.
Every filing cabinet in this room is inoperable now.
We're not going to need it when we blow up the ship.
Flynn, did you still want to try and sedate Reed?
No, she could be useful. I'm gonna keep it in my pocket.
Okay. Keeping that in the proverbial back pocket, as Reed's anger is becoming progressively more irrational. You finally feel like you can collect yourselves a bit after the collective screaming fit, but it's hard for you to work as you're constantly keeping an eye looking at her in the room.
Just patch me up, Doc. I can't use my arm. Is that a permanent thing or a temporary thing? Because
That's going to be permanent for at
Okay.
least the remainder of this game.
Yep, Miller,
All right.
you're not ever gonna. I hope you.
fuck.
What arm is Bit?
Your baseball days are over, kid.
Yep. what
The
arm?
one that's not my shooting arm.
Yeah, I hope you're not a lefty or whatever.
Look.
I don't know.
Just I can't use the bolt gun. Just you're gonna have. It's on the floor right there. That and I'd show him how to reload it.
All right. Well, I need to stomp. I need to fix your arm.
Yeah.
The-
So
Yeah.
you can go ahead and give me a medical aid roll.
To get a health back, right?
Yeah. Well, to start your health recovering. Yeah.
Oh. 2 successes.
Did I roll? I don't have my hardware acceleration on, so
Yeah, you got 2 successes.
Okay. So you can start getting treatment administered, and it sounds like Miller is trying to workshop a plan. Wilson, you were in the room as Clayton gave this broadcast announcement.
I don't think we should have let them know.
What, letting them know that we're going to get this ship moving again?
I think we should have let them know that we were getting it moving again, but I think there's some information that we can keep closer to the chest, like going back to Earth.
Where the fuck else were we going to go?
I mean, I think that they may have objections to bringing these creatures back to Earth. I think that the company can handle it and that we can bring them back and it'll be fine, but I don't trust them to make that rational decision. What are you scratching? Why are you scratching?
The thing took a fucking chunk out of my shoulder. I'm not allowed to scratch at it.
It's not going to get better if you keep scratching at it.
Duly noted. All right. Ava, is there a way we can try and connect the engines from here? Anything? I'm not really fucking inclined to go back outside. No, the engines must be manually reconnected from the station in the reactor core.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Then we're still sitting ducks. What do you advise then, genius?
I mean, somebody has to connect them. They don't seem to react to Ava. My vote would be sending Ava out.
I am willing to do what is necessary to protect the crew. However, I don't believe I can survive an altercation with Mr. Collins alone.
So he would attack you. The others don't.
Yes,
Hmm.
the other crew members have been irate.
And he's in the fusion room.
He is. He's in the reactor relay control room. I did weld the
Where's-
door shut.
Yeah, which would make it hard to get in there to.
Yes, but at least we know where he is, not wandering the ship like the adult neomorph, which has been wounded, but we do not know their rate of recovery.
Do you know how many of them there are?
By my count, there should just be that one and Dr. Flynn's pet, Spike,
Right.
was it?
Okay. So, but you don't have any live tracking on them or anything like that. You don't know.
No, we do have thermal imaging for the ship here, and pulls up on some of the screens. You can see that most of the crew are clustered within the med bay. However, these organisms have a remarkably low body temperature, enough to survive space temperatures.
Hmm. Okay. I'm going to if I don't know if I can radio the captain if I'm still on the frequency.
Has he blocked you?
No.
Unfriended, blocked,
Yeah.
left you a bad review on Glassdoor.
I'm out of the group chat.
Yeah. Yeah, you feel free to radio V.
Yeah.
What do you
Captain?
say?
Are you still alive?
Yes.
How's the rest of the crew? I see you're in the med bay. Is that you?
Yes.
Everyone else still alive?
Rye didn't make it.
Oh, I thought he was already dead. Who else is there?
What do you want?
We have to reconnect the engines. We have to kill Colin. Z- Sorry, Colin.
Okay. We're on it.
Is there anybody there that could make that happen?
I'm gonna make it happen. Don't you worry.
That sounds threatening.
I'm just picturing Wilson getting blown into a billion bits as the reactor explodes.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
Look.
want to leave.
I gotta go. Destiny awaits.
Okay. Clayton, I don't think they're gonna help.
Good, so we're fucking trapped in here. We know
Yeah.
where we're going, but no way to get there. Actually, she would not be able to put that arm up. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're so close.
What's your contingency plan?
We're not out yet. We can still get this ship going. If I have to choose between showing up, like, oh my god, I'm completely blanking on any. If I can choose to show up like Chris Columbus or limping on a lifeboat, I'm gonna try to choose the Chris Columbus route.
At this point, though, I don't see how we can get to the reactor room. It's shut and there's a monster in there. And I don't know about you, but I'm not keen to leave this room.
Then we're
Where's
just
your blue collar workers now?
actually, yeah, I think Clayton is going to attempt a rousing for the company speech as a contested manipulate role to try and get you to change your tune. If you want to do a contested manipulation here,
Okay.
go ahead and roll that for me.
With
I am
stress,
not,
right?
yes, I am not as smart as Clayton, but I will do my best. God damn. How'd you do?
3 successes, 2 panic.
What is your panic result?
I drop an item.
You already dropped your item.
I know. I don't know what I'm holding. I guess I still have the bolt gun, but it hasn't had any bolts in it for a long time.
Listen, I don't know what kind of pansies this Wayland Utani is hiring, but back in my day, they hired survivors, people who were willing to get the job done no matter the cost, no matter the moral quandaries. It is always for the greater good, for the company, and for humanity. So you're telling me that you are going to sit on your hands here and listen to whatever the fuck your little captain is planning on doing, helpless to change anything of it? Or are we going to actually do something to try and get this boat back and be welcomed with open arms by the company?
I'm guessing you won.
She got 4 successes and no panics.
Yeah.
So this isn't mind control, but it is
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
She's kind of shamed Wilson into at least not just wanting to hide for safety.
Do you
still
have another
can.
weapon?
She grabs her pistol.
I don't have any bolts left in this one that I just dropped.
This is an idea. Wait, okay. I'm going to give her a wits roll.
Is there like an emergency on the bridge?
An emergency minigun.
Break glass for...
So, there's an...
There's
we're
an
right
axe.
The axe is gone. I think the axe may be in the med
It's
lab.
in the med lab, right?
Oh, that's
I
right.
think
had it
so.
snapped
I
off,
lost
too.
track of it.
Mm,
Okay, let's...
We stomped on the axe when it was in the thing's neck.
Mm-hmm.
that's right.
We're right next to the armory. I know our security teams managed to take pretty much all that they could, but maybe they missed something, right? There's
Okay.
we can look for weapons, we can look for equipment. Ava, you can hook up the engine, whatever what, right? Yes, ma'am. Okay. We have the quinitrocyclotine is we have seven drums of the shit is still in the storage units on deck C. We have the pallet lift here on deck B. We can what if we prop it in front of the door to the engine room and wait for it to come out? We'll we can torch the thing from inside. It might melt the consoles, but I don't know a better way unless you have any ideas.
Well, getting it's welded shut though, right? The door. So we'd have to get that open.
Yeah, we'll have to grab something out of the garage to try and cut it back open.
Yeah, I mean, we can torch it. That's all we can do.
Okay.
I'd feel more comfortable with a weapon as a backup.
Okay. Ava, can you plot us a course for Earth. I don't know how the ship has autopilot or anything, but even just get Mother to launch the ship once the engines are online. You got it? We can handle cryo even if we're mid FTL. We'll try to get all of our ducks in a row before we head out. Okay. You ready?
Let's do it quickly, quietly.
As you hit the button to open the door, there's scratches on the opposite side of the door to the deck from the thing that was trying to get inside. The hallway is clear, more or less. You can walk out of the pilot's station and take a right, heading into the armory. Cham, you've landed on the exterior of the Cronus, on your feet more or less. You are unsteady, but Johns also knows you're here. You're going to have to try and get past him if you want to get back to the airlock. You're hoping Flynn didn't fuck anything up on his way inside.
Fuck. Shit. Am I far away from him? Like, is this the type of thing I feel I could sneak past him, or
I
you
think
know what I mean?
the time for stealth is past. For battle map purposes in Alien, I would say that you are approximately one zone away. So either of you can take a fast action to close the distance and get pretty much right on top of each other again. Or rather, you're in the same zone. One fast action will get you within melee range. I misspoke there. Apologies.
Gotcha.
You're going to have to get past him in order to get to the airlock. So you can spend both of your actions as fast actions to try and run past. I will ask for a mobility roll, as the system does have basically attacks of opportunity.
Yeah. Question. Well, two questions. Do the magnetic boots have an external shut off at all on them, or some way that I could shut off my own or John's magnetic boots?
I think that it makes sense they would have some kind of exterior button that you would be able to try and press.
Great.
And
Do I
for
still
added dramatic purposes, you're going to have to unhook yourself from the safety latch or potentially unlatch it and reattach it as you are going. You're having to do it slow and steady, sort of one zone at a time.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Do I have spare oxygen on me by chance?
You have used your, let's see, you have the oxygen tank on your back. You have used all of the oxygen from your spare tank in order to propel you out. John's does have a spare tank still sort of limply dangling on his suit.
Would an oxygen tank explode in space if oxygen was exposed to a flame? I don't know the physics of that.
I am stretching disbelief a bit to say, like, you have plasma torches to do the welding
Okay,
and things
gotcha,
out here, but like I don't necessarily think there would be much of a flame. The explosion from an oxygen tank would be more from the massive difference in pressure that would cause
I
a
understand.
concussive release.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, I'm going to spend an action. I'm just going to try to move my way past, I guess, like as quickly as possible. If he tries to close the distance, ideally what I want to do is try to slap the buttons on his boots to make his magnet boot shut off.
Okay.
Does
So
that make
you
sense?
have a fast and a slow action. You're going to take a fast action to try and kite past him. If you take your second action or your other as another fast action to try and run, you won't be able to do any kind of reactions until it is your turn again.
Now I'll just take the fast action then to try to get up near there, and then like I said, if he closes the distance, that's what I want to do.
He is
So.
closing the distance. He's
Okay, then yeah, I
going
want
for
to slap
speed.
those. I want to get down and hit the magnet boot off things. So
Okay. So
yeah.
as you are moving forward, he is going to also use a fast action as he is going to attempt to bum rush you
Yeah.
and like trying to pin you against the other engine. He is
Yeah.
all brute force with reckless abandon. You know you disconnected his oxygen, and the volume of his yelling has died down as he seems to have run out of air, and it is not slowing him down.
Well,
So
fuck.
for your essentially this would be kind of like a fight back action. This is
Yeah.
going to be a contested melee roll.
Close combat, right?
Yes, close combat.
Mhm. Okay, I got 3 successes, no panic.
You might want to roll a couple of d6s for the armor of your suit.
Oh shit. Would using a story point help bump that 3 up or no? Is that worth it or not?
That might be worth it, as it looks like he's going to get to you before you, as you're trying to like dive at his feet, more or less.
Mhm.
So he rolled
Yeah.
4 successes on his attack.
I will use a story point to bump that up to 4 successes for mine.
Okay, so you both are basically tussled.
Space tussling.
Space tussle. I feel like for this, no one gets any ground. You're trying to hit the contacts on his boot, but you are also trying not to get grabbed and slammed.
Son of a bitch. God fucking.
Unfortunately, it's his other turn now.
Let's do it.
Go ahead and roll 2d6 for your Seuss armor.
Hey, 2 successes.
Son of a gun. He is sort of picking you up and slamming you again and again against the
Yeah.
interior of the
God.
ship. Since there is not gravity out here, that must be enough to prevent you from taking any meaningful damage.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Fuck.
maybe those in
Fuck.
the med lab.
Fuck.
They
What's
hear
that
a
clanging sound?
it is your turn again, Cham.
Okay. Yeah, once again, I'm going to try to hit his magnet boots to get him floating off of here.
Okay. He
Close
is-
combat roll, right?
Yep. He is also going to try and essentially fight back and kick as you're reaching for his boots.
2. 4 successes and 1 panic.
What's that panic result?
Rolled a 1, 6.
Okay. You almost made it out of here. And with that, you disconnect his mag boots and can feel him lifting further up.
Perfect. If possible, I'd like to quickly whip out the torch and hit the cap of his spare oxygen to blow him away out.
So
into
that would be
space.
another slow action.
Oh,
You
okay.
have 1
Fuck.
fast action remaining.
Oh, then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
I need you to give me a mobility roll in order to get the fuck out of there without getting under his arm reach. His arms feel like they've gotten a bit longer.
Am I still at a -2?
Yes, you are.
2 successes, no panic.
Wow. Okay.
Dice are on fire, baby.
Okay. I am going to give him a penalty as he is basically kind of lifting up off the ship, and he is not going to be terribly dexterous.
Fuck.
Okay. He kicks off of the ship and rockets into your back. and he is going to attempt to make a hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With his second turn, he essentially has 2 turns in a row.
Oh, fuck.
He's going to take your suit essentially as he plummets into you. It knocks you off balance a bit. You're leaning against the side of engine C. He takes the head and slams your helmet into the side of the ship, clinging to your back as you see a crack forming across your spacesuit's helmet.
Oh, fuck. Get the flex tape out.
It is your turn.
Yeah, if he's not tethered, I'm gonna you torch his O2 tank and see if I can get him to jet off of this fucking place.
Okay. I would say your fast action is going to be to try to get that torch out, and your slow action is using it, right? I'll say that would be, that sounds like close combat still.
Okay. 7, 5. 2, 3 successes, no panic.
Okay. For those 3 successes, I am going to say, you can hold this plasma cutter next to his spare oxygen tank, and with what would otherwise be a loud boom, there is instead as it detonates on John's side. I am going to roll, I'll tell you what, you can roll 4d6 for damage.
2.
And no, add them together.
Oh, 12.
Okay.
No, add the. Okay.
Hang on a second. No, I fucked up. That doesn't sound right.
17, 19. I like
No.
19 damage. That sounds
I'm going to
great.
use the grenade rules.
Uh,
I don't remember them off the top of my head. You won. So it says that it has a blast 9. Oh, okay. So this is going to be, I'm going to count this as a blast 9. This will be 9d6. Each 6 that you roll is going to be a point of damage in a radius. You are also going to be caught in this blast.
well, fuck. It's good knowing you all.
John's is going to take a shitload more damage because it's right on him. And so we're going to work with it because it's space.
I rolled 1 success.
I guess that's why the explosion just looks like it does a lot more. Okay.
I like that 19 damage from before. That was a lot better.
I
gotta
preferred
say.
the 19. Okay.
Yeah. Shit. Fucking
No.
god damn it.
I go ahead and roll 1 or 2d6 for your suit's armor.
1.
Okay. You don't take any damage from this, but with that concussion, that crack on your helmet spider webs out more from just that pressure release that's coming up.
Fuck,
You
fuck,
watch
fuck,
it
fuck.
blow his leg off as this impact has happened. Like it's just sort of, it's hard to see, honestly, because there's so much debris that's kind of slowly drifting by you. His flesh and muscle tissue is getting frozen actively in the cold of space as it's moving by.
Fuck. Fuck. Get inside. No.
So that was your turn. Miller, Flynn, and Reed. What is your plan? What are you doing?
Well, I think we just have to get down there and overload the reactor.
Is Reed in our own world? Can I talk to the captain alone?
Sneak away as we're, I'm thudding against the fucking floor.
Yeah, you sure can.
All right. How are you feeling? Do you feel, besides getting your arm bitten off, do you feel more angry than usual?
I mean, that's a loaded statement with besides your arm getting fucked up for life. But no, I'm okay. I am of sound mind. But that's also a loaded statement considering I want to blow the shit out of this fucking ship.
I just want us to be aligned that she could be turning into something that's gonna be a lot harder to kill than
Yeah,
anyone.
well, then we better hurry up before that happens to any of us.
If she says to turn, we shoot her. Okay.
Okay.
And before we leave, can I take a kneel down next to Spike?
You can take a
What
knee.
the hell's taking you two so long?
Look, we're just getting ready.
Ugh.
How much bigger is he than when he was in the cage?
Much. I imagine that you may have also sort of taken a look at Rye, Rip in Peace. Actually, it would be more Rip in Pieces, as it looks like Spike was consuming the bones as well as the muscle tissue, but his diet seems to have shifted compared to what you have seen from the other neomorphs. These seem to be an extremely reactive, rapidly evolving species. Looking at the way his Spike's body developed and his propensity for bone tissue, you're reminded of the leg, which was primarily just tibia and fibula and all the juicy little feet bones that he initially grew on. He would have needed to, well, he developed some sort of spikes to get out of the spacesuit initially, then needed to evolve some sort of brute strength to force its way out of the box. So you made him
Safe.
into what he is,
Hmm.
and before they unmade him.
Safe to say that I think how quickly he was able to innately evolve to get out of any situation that blocked his way just shows how dangerous these creatures are. I know it's very obvious, but like these aren't just your regular predators. These are
Is that what you say?
And how valuable they are. These could be the perfect bioweapon.
I mutter incredible.
Jesus. I'm gonna adjust my holster so I can like reach it easily with my one good hand, and then I'm gonna take out my motion tracker.
Okay.
How do you
Yeah.
feel about the rest of them? There's what? Cham, Clayton, Wilson, Ava.
What in terms of
Can we trust them?
well you're the only one who can speak about Sham. I don't know.
I know.
Seems
Look, I'll try to contact Cham.
seems like a pretty happy guy. I don't know where John. I don't know about John. He's kind of a miserable bastard anyway. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Um,
Cham, are you there? Oh, private.
Oh, fuck. Yep. Yeah, I'm good.
Look,
How are you, Captain?
Things have taken the turn for the worse.
Yeah, no fucking shit.
Look, we're all infected.
What?
Yeah, we can't allow this shit to spread. We gotta scuttle this ship if you catch my drift.
Fuck, Captain, I don't think that's gonna matter for me here in a little bit if I don't get to this airlock lickety split.
Oh, then what are you doing talking to me?
Well, you're the captain. I don't ever want to
Shit.
be disrespectful.
I command you to get to the airlock, and I'll use my
Yes.
command skill to give him
Yeah.
a bonus.
so
Yeah. Captain, we're on a
I-
private channel, right?
Yes.
You got any I don't know about the others and whatnot. John's went crazy out here. Fucking had to blow him off the side of the ship.
Jesus.
You got any weapons or anything down there, man? I think we're gonna need to arm up.
Yeah. We can make do. We got weapons all around us.
Grab me a piece. And
Okay.
yeah, I'm coming in.
We'll meet you down there.
All right, sounds great.
So it looks like Cham is on board. We just have to meet him at the airlock he came out of, which was in the vehicle bay.
Yes.
All right.
that was a private call, right?
Yeah.
What about John's?
John's, he didn't make it.
Why?
Why? He told me he turned into some. And I kind of
jeez.
glance at Reed.
Ugh.
Oh my god.
We gotta
Okay.
hurry. We gotta hurry. All right.
Yeah, do I know that this stuff will be that the goo and the neomorphs are resilient to space?
Yes. The large one that is on the ship has been on the ship for 70 years. Ava and the others have clarified that hitting into space cold temperatures basically just put them into hibernation. It didn't kill any of them. Even Collins, Daniels, who was in the like everyone, still just as active as ever whenever they thawed out.
Yeah, that's someone else's problem right now. But
Yeah.
we have to deal with this.
All right, I've been
Counterpoint.
waiting in this hallway for like 2 minutes. Are we going or not?
We're walking, right?
Yeah, while we're walking, can I
I'm
throw out
walking. You guys are. I don't know what the hell you're doing.
can I throw a
Listen,
counterpoint?
Sure.
What if we take control of the ship and fly us into deep space and then blow up the ship?
Might as well fucking fly into the sun. Oh no, we're just gonna blow this shit up.
Okay, but some of this
It's
tissue.
quicker and it's a guarantee, and we can just put ourselves out of our misery before we turn.
if it's not going to Earth, it's fine with me.
If one of these neomorphs survives the explosion, it's just gonna hang out in space. and
They're
do something
not.
fun.
And I
Okay.
say that confidently.
All right. Sounds good.
So we're gonna hustle and meet Cham in the vehicle bay airlock.
Okay.
Running on the ship. Oh God! Oh Jesus!
I smell a finale.
Wilson, as you, Ava, and Clayton enter into the armory, you see that the room has been stripped pretty much bare. Everything has been tipped over. All of the ammo boxes are laid out. There's a sort of a spray of this crusty, milky white blood you would recognize as synthetic blood from Ava that is on the side of the wall. As all of you can give me observation rolls.
I freeze. And no successes.
I think you might freeze as you are unearthing things. There is a body that has been ripped apart, half eaten. It's been rotting in here. The whole ship just reeks that you haven't particularly noticed. But it's enough that you're reminded of what these things can do to you. Clayton is rummaging around. She manages to find a reload for her pistol. And as you're looking around, you manage to recollect your wits. And Ava is standing with a rather large pulse rifle, asking, "Do you think this will be useful?" I'm
I
going
think
to
that will be useful. Yeah.
send you the stats for the M41A pulse rifle. Whoops.
Incredible.
So who's going to use this thing?
Wow. I mean, I've shot one before. I think we need Ava to figure out the fusion situation, the engine.
All right. So what? You want it? I mean, you were already the sniper with the bolt gun. Don't know if you wanted to stick to a weapon of choice.
I'll take it.
Okay, so you want the pulse rifle?
Sure.
Okay. Nothing can go wrong.
Oh my god.
As you are making your way out down the hallway, moving as quietly as possible in order to avoid the attention of the neomorph that you still know is out there. You just don't know where. What stairwells or elevators will you attempt to be using to get down to the reactor room?
I think I would suggest avoiding the elevator. I think I just feel like it would make too much noise. It might alert it to our presence.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess just the central stairwell to make it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Miller, Reed, Flynn, are you taking the elevator or the stairs?
Maybe we can take the ladder at Junction B2.
Okay, you did say that you were going to hustle. So yeah,
Yeah.
you can make your way down there. Reed is making an awful lot of noise as you are going. And do you want her to go first or last?
Let's have her go first.
Do we hear them?
I think it's very likely that you can hear kind of grunting and shouting from further on down the hallway while you're both on deck B.
Pick up the pace.
I'll sort of look towards them and kind of signal with my eyes and
Okay. You all are going to keep it quiet. It occurs to Clayton that if they want to try and use the pallet jack for the quinitrocyclotine drums, you're going to have to take the elevators instead. Ava offers to carry the barrels, or carry a barrel, if you would want to go that route.
I think it's
Because the stairwell that you are going at would actually
Yeah.
put you right next to the storage units.
yeah. I think it's worthwhile just to take the one barrel to not take the elevator. I just feel like and also taking the pallet jack, that's going to be too noisy. Not that I have experience with that, fumbling with that thing earlier.
I mean, yeah, that thing is impossible to use from what
It's
you've
impossible.
experienced before.
Yeah, nobody could use it. It's fucked up. It's just old equipment.
I think as you also hang on, give me you notice Clayton is falling back a bit, and she's going to say, "Listen, I don't trust them. I feel like your Miller is up to something. Just give me a second." She puts into her comms, "Flynn, can you talk?
Yeah, what's up?
Are the others still around?"
Others being who?
Miller, Reed.
Yeah, they're ahead of me.
You're still wanting to get back to Earth, right?
I mean, I'm not too. I don't really want to die.
We know this substance is dangerous, but we also know this substance is valuable. We know that the knowledge you have gained from this substance is invaluable. Any other research teams are going to have to go through what we went through to discover it all over again. You could save them all that much pain and death if we can get this ship back to Earth.
It has to be worth something.
Shh,
You have a point. I could probably be appointed as the lead scientist on the project.
You can.
It's a great point.
We just need to get the ship going and get into cryo as quick as we can because something feels wrong
Where are you guys?
on our way down.
Us too. Okay. What have you guys been getting up to? You guys been safe?
Safe as we can. Listen, I just need to know if shit hits the fan, can I count on you? Can we count on you to get us out of here?
Long live Wayland.
Johnny.
Shh. All right. Good to know.
Tell him I have a big gun.
She is cut out with the good to know. She knows that they need to keep some kind of strategic edge.
Mm-hmm.
As the parties are converging down, one is quickly descending the ladder to be nearer to the reactor room. Wilson, Clayton, and Ava are going down the stairs, and they're going to take a stop at the storage containers to pick up a drum of, I believe I called it space napalm.
Mm-hmm.
Cham,
Shit.
you're finally able to catch your breath. Go ahead and roll oxygen for me, just in case.
I think I lost one. So
Maybe there's a little bit of a like warning
Mhm.
lights are going off from your suit based on the trauma to the helmet. Things have been calm. You detonated Johns's oxygen tank. The body is just sort of floating, still attached by the little cable. You get the call from Miller.
gotta get inside. Gotta get inside. And I begin. I was assuming I was making my way to get inside this whole time. So
Okay, no, that's
that's-
perfectly
yeah.
fine. I mostly I just wanted to clarify what situation was happening and
Yeah.
then moving in from there.
I am happy to, as I approach the airlock or whatever, to just unhook Johns's line and let that float off into space or whatever. You know.
That was mostly what I was asking about.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need him like a big fish or something.
I absolutely
like,
was not going to have a hand dramatically reach into the airlock door as you were trying to pull through, because
No,
he
not
is
gonna
not
happen.
dead.
because you're not. Because I'm hooking that line, motherfucker.
We're too genre savvy here.
It's fucking
That's it.
metagaming. That's it. It's over. Okay.
When I blew up his oxygen, I was making sure that his trajectory was into the middle of a black hole. By the way. So,
You know what, Sham? I believe it. He's the miracle worker.
oh, fucking hell. The
So
dice
we'll
have
meet him
been
at the
cut.
airlock then.
So, Cham, you can make your way down to the airlock. It's essentially, again, an elevator that you can take back up, and it is going to be cycling through. Miller, you, Flynn, and Reed can see the little orange lights that are cycling in the garage bay to indicate that the airlock is moving through.
So I'll just fill in Sham. Like, we're infected. We are going to die. We're going to pop like whatever happened to Mr. Collins. But we can make a difference. We can't. They're trying to go to Earth. We can't
Earth?
let this ship
No.
get to Earth, or
No,
else
fuck.
everything we love is going to get destroyed.
There ain't nothing we can do about it, huh?
Nope.
Cam, I got two concerns.
Yeah.
One is I don't think Wilson, that Clayton are going to be taking this line down. One.
No.
Two, from what I understand about when I took a look at the ship, the mother core, potentially that's shielded enough that it ain't going to blow up with the rest of the ship. If that data is floating around out here for somebody to find, we got to take care of that first.
I just want to blow this goddamn thing up because,
Well,
like, who cares
we-
what they have with the data
They
if
could, they would go
everything
back.
is
They
gone?
could go back to the planet. Wayland probably knows about the new planet.
Probably.
Somebody got a piece I can borrow?
Yeah, I'll give you my handgun.
I got a score to settle up with Wilson up there. You guys take care of the reactor core.
Ah, you're the engineer. You probably know how to rig it.
Ain't hard to do, Captain. You just hit self fucking destruct and away you go.
No,
it
no way.
actually is
Mother
going to
would
be
stop
pretty
that.
complicated to get the ship to self-destruct. There's plenty of protocols in place. You might have luck trying to order Mother to make the ship explode, like the Montero recently did, or you can try to set it up manually. It's going to involve massive exposures to radiation from within the reactor room
Dead
itself.
anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that ain't gonna matter too much if this whole thing's going kaboom anyway. So
Right. I feel like going to the mother room, we don't have authority or access to that. So
That's Wilson and Clayton.
yeah, let me get up there. I'll deal
Oh,
with
and
Wilson and
Johns,
Clayton.
but
Buy you guys some time. Figure this shit out.
Clayton and Wilson, they're too smart to want to just stay up on the bridge. They're probably coming down right
I
now.
think so.
Not very smart of them if we're down here.
Are you still in contact with them?
No.
Okay.
Captain, I just want to say it's been a pleasure serving with you, sir. And
I'll dap you up with my one good arm.
Yeah. And I'm gonna make my way to the elevators to head up to deal with buy these guys some time.
Okay. So in that case, we'll try and get into the reactor room then.
okay.
Well,
So,
don't you think someone should go with you?
I don't think I'm coming back, Captain. Get in that reactor room. If I'm still good, I'll come back down, see if I can set it. I'm gonna try to self-destruct through the mother core, make sure that doesn't survive any of this bullshit. And if I bump into Clayton and Wilson along the way, I'll take care of them.
All right. Well, it was an honor having you on the Montero.
Shem, you know they
Hoorah,
probably
soldier.
Shem, you know they probably have Ava with them, right?
I fixed her up once. If I can fix her up, I'm sure I can take her back down. If you know what I'm saying.
Huh.
I'll be fucking fine, guys.
Why don't you have Reed go with you?
Get Reed in there. You're gonna have to deal with Collins. Reed's the closest thing we got to a real powerhouse on this boat.
Damn it.
See, at least real recognize real.
Straight up.
All right, then best of luck.
It's been a pleasure.
If what you're saying is true, Flynn, then Wilson and Clayton are already on the way down. Don't trust them. Shoot on sight. Because they're going to do the same to you.
and so I love the idea of all of this going to shit. And I would like to ask, so Wilson, Clayton, and Ava are already, you made your way to the deck as well. They don't know that you are also on deck C. Ava is carrying the drum that you have picked up as Miller and Cham and Flynn and Reed are having this lovely conversation. You've been moving quietly, and I'm assuming you're having this convo more on deck D for the four-party group in front of the airlock
Yep.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're going to go straight up to the elevator.
Yep.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a quick bio break before nothing goes wrong and everything gets resolved and you are the heroes of the galaxy. Based on where everyone entered into this clusterfuck, I mean deck C, the junction C2 ladder is going to be nearer to the reactor relay control. So Reed, Miller, and Flynn are going to get there first. Cham is on deck D whenever he takes elevator 1 and is heading up to, you said the mother core, right? So that would be deck A. Wilson and Clayton are more towards the back, towards this main stairwell, nearer to the air scrubber shaft. There's still tools and things that are scattered across the floor. Clayton can see the others up ahead and sort of issues everyone else to stop and be quiet.
But can we see
Watch.
them? I have the motion tracker on.
So this was going to be my next point was, where do you have the motion tracker directed? It is kind of like a cone that you're shining it out. Are you actively watching your ass and shining further on
Yeah,
the
I'd
deck?
say so, considering I don't trust Wilson or Clayton.
Okay. I am going to bring this down to a luck roll. And just to put her more on the spot, is Beth, I'm going to need you to call high low if you have
God, okay.
moved far and close enough to them to actually ping on the motion tracker.
Okay. Low.
Oh,
Miller, do you have Flynn who's trying to unweld the door behind you as you're watching the motion tracker? Reed is kind of bumbling. It's hard for her to use fine tuned activities.
then that would have to be that. Yeah.
Okay. As you are turning around behind them, I will also permit an observation roll.
Okay.
As you're looking at the tracker, giving its normal.
2 successes. No, 3 successes, 1 panic. I scream from looking at the tracker.
The
Nix
panic
that.
rolls.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and regret that roll because the panic is too extreme because you don't see anything that would cause you to freak out like that.
Okay.
So yeah,
We'll rescind that.
rescind that roll.
All right.
And
I
so
trust
you're
the chef. He's cooking.
yeah, you're looking at your tracker and you don't see any movement on it yet. But you don't trust that Wilson and Clayton are not going to come down this hallway. And I will say, you are going to be tipped off as soon as they would move within range.
Okay. I know Reed. You still good with that shotgun?
It's in my hand, is it?
All right. Just watch that hallway.
All right. As soon as he says that, like jittery, just one-handed aiming down the the hallway with the shotgun.
So, Wilson, you and Clayton and Ava see this.
Mm-hmm.
They
Clayton,
see a menacing figure, one-handed.
basically,
shotgun.
like, yeah, you see them all
Dark.
just kind of clustered at the back of the hallway. They seem like they know what they're doing. Reed looks like she's like on speed or something, and she's just kind of slinging her shotgun around and, hyping herself up a lot. What is the plan? Clayton is content to let them open the door and get fucked up by Collins and then moving in whenever things are going
Clean
amok.
up the pieces. Yeah,
Always let
That's-
others do the heavy lifting.
absolutely. Yeah. They're already unsealing it. We can wait.
Okay.
Yeah, who's fighting this thing when I open this?
Probably me. I do need to fight something.
Yeah, all you gotta do is tell Reed that you're almost done.
Okay. So we have something of a tactical standoff here. As Flynn, this is not your forte. Your delicate hands are like holding this welder, and you're having like every time that the sparks are going down as you are unsealing the door. And you are not hearing any activity on the inside. This will give us enough time for Cham. I wish that Wayland wouldn't have cheaped out and given you some elevator music that as you are making your way up to deck A. But there is a dong, and the door is open. The hallway is empty and quiet.
I make my way as quickly as possible to the mother room.
You can't help but notice the lack of a body in the floor as you're making your way up to the mother core room. You see the blood stains as well as a streak that has dragged what used to be Dr. Cooper's body into the vents.
I ignore it. I just beeline it. I got a place to go. I got things to do.
Making your way to the mother core station.
Mhm.
You are sort of outside of it, and there is the wall of various consoles and ports, which is typically
Mhm.
where those with access would be able to put their key cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I don't have a key card, right? That's true.
Correct. Based on your knowledge, Wilson, Clayton,
Yeah.
Johns, and Cooper would have key cards.
Oh, I see. You want me to crawl in that vent, do you, Lex? I'm not there. I should have thought this through further. I'm gonna get a private channel to Wilson.
Or you can do that, or you do still have your tools and things on you. You could also attempt to cut through the door into the mother room. It's
Mhm.
sturdy, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, I'll set a private channel to John Wilson. Hey, Wilson, this here's Cham. Got you on a private channel. You still live?
What do you need?
What do I need? Well, I'm pretty sure you already know what Captain Miller's plan is by now, right?
I don't know. What's the plan?
Blow this ship the fuck up with everybody on it.
Sounds like a bad plan.
Well, everybody, if you haven't noticed, includes you and me. Uh, I don't want that. I don't want me to be blown up. Do you want you to be blown up?
Yeah, that's why I said it was a bad plan.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I'm willing to cut a deal here. Wayland Utani is willing to pay out, right? If I can get you back home to Earth, that's got to be worth a little bit of something, I would think, right?
What's he saying?
Hold, please.
Oh, I was more giving you an opportunity to shush me back.
I know. I know. I'm just gonna let him sweat for a minute. Where are you?
Me? I'm up by the mother core here. I'd like to get into that. I can probably remotely prevent the captain from being able to detonate the core of the ship and blow us all to hell. If you can give me the key card, get me some access into this, take care of it for you, and then, then we'll just have to go and see about old Captain and Reed and Doc Flynn, I think, was with him, and see what we can do. It's messy business, but look, I just want to get the fuck off of the ship and back home.
I don't think getting into the mother core is going to do that for you. I think coming down here and shooting the captain is probably your best bet.
You think? All right, where you at? I'll meet you.
Well, you know where they are.
I do know where they are. All right. Well, I like how you want to play this then, Wilson. You've always been a slippery snake. We'll just see what happens when the dust settles. Goodbye.
Have a great day.
Bye. hang it up.
You can't manipulate a manipulator.
Nobody trusts anybody anymore. We're tired. So, Cham, what's the plan?
Hold, please.
Okay. In that case, then, we can then go to those that are cutting the door open. Flynn, you understand that you are pretty close. You're concerned that the door may be able to be forced open at this point, but it's almost done. Miller?
As it's almost done,
Mhm.
like when I announce it to Miller, I flick on my comm so Clayton can hear me. Door's almost open, Miller.
Oh, sneaky. Okay. Miller, you're continuing to check your motion tracker, and Flynn gets your attention. The door's just about ready. Reed, you're itching to tear something apart.
All right, well, what's stopping us? It's almost ready. What do we got to do?
There's something inside there. What remains of Colin?
Yeah, take him out. That's the job,
The
right?
delayed S.
We're gonna take him out.
Can I
So,
say I picked up like a hammer or something from the vehicle bay?
sure, yeah. You can get a big old wrench. You can get a hammer.
That's good.
Okay.
You
So-
give me your bolt gun, right?
Yeah, you have the Volt gun. And Cham has my pistol. So I've given everything away. I've given everything I
I'm
can.
so full of empathy.
Yeah. And
Okay.
trust.
So the way that I want to do this, because I feel like things are going to unfold very quickly, everyone go ahead and roll me a d10, and I'm going to keep track of your initiative order. Now, I'm also going to roll for Mr. Collins, who
I
you are
got
about
it.
to rudely awaken.
I got a 3.
1.
4.
Everyone's low rolling.
I got a 2.
Don't forget to roll for the neomorph.
Yeah, there's still aliens on this ship.
Just 1.
Don't you know it? And Reed, how did you do?
2.
Oh, and I also need to roll for Clayton. And Ava. God damn, everybody's going on 3. That's going to be a busy room.
It's gonna be a shit show.
That it is. And okay. So you can take the cutting torch the last few inches until most of the weld is basically taken apart. You feel like you can hit the button to get the door to retract at any moment. You 3 can do any amount of prep that you can before opening the door. Let me know what happens. If Reed is going in first, I am going to assume that initiative is going to kick off on Reed's turn.
Yeah, Reed's going in first.
Reed's
Yeah.
going first.
Once we open the door, I'm just gonna shoot whatever's in there because it's got to be only Mr. Collins, Dr. Collins.
It's just Mister. He was another security officer. You worked with him.
Everyone's a doctor to me right now.
He had a
because I can't
daughter.
fucking fix anything.
All right. So you can hit the button. Door comes open. Reed, your teeth are bared. You have the gun ready to go. And it's quiet inside. Nothing was waiting for you, raring to get out. All that you can see is a dim yellow glow sort of emanating from the the orange lights in the reactor room, except they're covered with that same kind of hard resin, as well as a blue electric glow from the panel in front of you.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna briskly start walking in, searching everywhere just to see for movement, and if anything moves, I'm firing.
Okay. You can go into the room and so this would be your fast action. Looking around, you see that there is a lot of detritus and things that are piled in here. Tables, equipment, supplies, and an old spacesuit that seems to be curled up in front of the reactor room door. I feel like Rye or Cham would have noted Colin's appearance. So you can take the first shot. He is inactive.
Yeah, if that's the description of the perp, I'm just laying into him with lead.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a ranged attack roll. I want you to subtract 2 base dice from this, as it's getting harder for you to use your fingers for fine tuning.
So I got 4 successes, but I panicked and I flee.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. Uh-oh.
I'm too pissed to flee. Come
She's
on now.
changing.
So you got 2 successes on him there. Okay. Go ahead and roll. And your shotgun does
3.
damage. Immediately, Deck C erupts in this cacophony of boom, 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 as you are unloading at Collins. It's pretty soon after that there is this as he is lifting up. The more that you are pelting with these bullets, the less that they seem to be doing. You are chipping away at the suit that he is kind of bursting out of by this point. And he's going to bum rush directly at you. I'm going to roll. And you have used your slow and fast action here. But that's okay. You can take a hit, right?
Oh.
He runs and slams you against the far wall. Not unlike what Spike just did, but you were fucking ready for it this time. You brace your arms up. You take 1 damage as you are pelted against the back wall, teeth gnashing. You are fucking pissed, and this is finally the fight that you have been looking for. That is going to be his turn. Cham, do you have any ideas on where you are at right now?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think I am descending in an elevator, and I have contacted the captain. Captain, it's Cham. Uh, can't get in up here. You're gonna have to do the deed from down there. Uh, any idea where Wilson, Clayton, all them are?
I didn't detect them on the motion sensor, right?
You still haven't detected them yet, unless you want to move from your spot, as they're basically right outside of your range by pure dumb luck.
Yeah, I think I do. Oh,
Do what?
yeah, I'll walk forward just a little.
Oh, okay. If you are walking forward, I don't think they're going to be moving very much.
Oh, that's true.
But I am going to roll another. There is a small at the edge of the tracker's range.
I think they're down the hallway.
Deck C.
Yeah.
All right. Keep at it. I'll take care of them.
Yeah, I mean, if the alien's at the end of the hallway, it's fucked for them too.
question for Mother Lex. Does Ava have a comm unit? Does she have comms?
Yes, she would.
Great. I'm going to call Ava up. Howdy, Ava. This here's Cham. Hey, I'm coming to help you guys. Where you at?
We're currently waiting on watching the progress of Mr. Miller on Deck C.
Great. Where on Deck C at?
At this, I think that you hear a lot of "Shh, the fuck are you doing?" on- from Wilson and Clayton.
Shut the fuck up.
I've been instructed to shut the fuck up. Thank you for your call.
Hey, Ava. No problem. Right. And knowing they're on Deck C, I'm going to go to Deck C. And knowing they can see the progress of what's his face, then I think I have at least a rough idea where they're going to be. So I will make my way there.
Wilson, I don't have you in this initiative tracker. Where are you at?
I rolled a 1.
Oh, so that's right. You are at a 1. Okay. So we can say, Cham, that was your thing a little bit before all this shit went to hell.
Yeah, sure,
Oh,
sure.
look, it's Mr. Collins' action again. We do. Oh, okay. Does that again. Reed, you are up against the wall, and he's going to rear one of these two long arms back and pummel back into you again. It hits you on the side of the head, possibly dislocating your jaw. You're going to take another point of damage as your vision is blurring. And you are so pissed. It is Clayton's turn. Clayton is now scrambling. It's like, great fucking job, Ava. Okay, shit. They know. What the fuck? Are we gonna move? Where are we going? What do we do? Does the plan change?
I don't think the plan changes. I think we need to get somewhere more out of sight and wait to see if Cham comes. We'll have to ambush him.
Fair enough. I'm gonna put, since you're already having to deal with two of me, where would you like to back up to?
I don't know where he's coming from. I guess there's the shaft or the elevator, but it's the same hallway, right?
So, are you going to be in the east or west hallway here? I've been assuming the east.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, east makes sense. Yeah.
So you could potentially just back around the corner. You're hearing the sounds of shouting and all of this commotion coming from inside. So you know shit is actively hitting the fan. Ava still has the barrel. You could potentially put it into a smaller container if you don't want to risk nuking the entire deck. But you could back up to at least keep an eye on the stairwell and know that the elevators are also going to be heading that way too.
Yeah, and I guess, if that's our Clayton's turn, I have an idea for Ava as well, but whatever.
All right. In that case, I'm going to say Clayton and Ava are going to take up what is an overwatch position. You're essentially readying to shoot at whatever the fuck moves and is coming for you because you feel like everyone is hostile.
Yeah. And if it seems like, I guess that's
and it is
part of the
currently, it's
plan.
your turn right after Clayton's as well. If you would want to do
great.
that, anything else?
I think it would be Overwatch as well. I can't see anybody. If we go around the corner, I can't see anybody anyway, right?
Correct. It would just be
Okay.
you are on the defensive knowing that Cham is coming to find you.
Yeah. Okay. And if anybody else comes towards us as well, because if something is going wrong with Collins there, if they actually do end up killing him, then we'll be on the lookout for that.
Okay.
Listening for, you know, the fire to stop, the sounds to stop.
Flynn, it is yours and Reed's turn. So you're going to share this round in initiative. Flynn, you are outside. Reed, you are obviously inside. You can also take a point of radiation, although I don't know how much that's going to matter. The floor is yours. What would either of you like to do?
You want to go first, Reed?
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna drop my gun and just get primal on here, like an instinct unlock. I'm gonna start like, body shots, trying to like hit it in like the jaw and stuff. It's gonna look like the King Kong versus T-Rex kind of beat.
Okay. You can go ahead and give me an your close combat roll as you're doing this.
One success.
Okay.
Might as well push it for more, right? Get
Yeah.
greedy.
I think I do want to push it.
You're rolling 12. You're rolling 16. What the? Oh, 15 die. That's crazy.
You're going to go ahead and push it. Desperate
I hit
fight
the
or
wrong
flight.
button. It should be this. All right, let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes on top of the other one I got before I pushed it.
And no
Hell
ones.
yeah.
What the fuck?
That's a good
Wow.
Gamblers Brigade hand.
Sick.
So I think that that is a perfect opportunity for what I sent you to start taking effect. I am going to roll the armor for Collins. As you feel free to narrate this, but I'm imagining you just take your fist and lock them and drop them directly on the back of his neck. Oh shit, I think I froze.
No,
Yeah,
you're
good.
No, everyone was just so still. Okay, great. But drop them on the back of his neck. And in all of this screaming, you hear a satisfying crunch and let out a bellowing, raging roar at him.
Oh
You
yeah.
said that you rolled 6 successes on that?
Yeah.
Okay. He is still on his feet, but is still like he is struggling to stay up. It is going to be Ava and Mr. Collins' turn coming up next.
Yeah, Flynn's the last to go.
Oh, that's right. Flynn, please go ahead. You are getting concerned about the sounds you're hearing coming
Yeah,
from
do I
Reed.
hear the roar?
Yeah, you do. Everyone on the deck hears the roar.
I'm sorry, buddy. Range combat at Reed.
The bolt gun.
I'm firing the bolt. I mean, I have 0 range combat.
Oh my god.
How'd you do?
Panic, flee.
You go to
2
fire.
successes, though.
Okay.
Wait, right?
But fleeing is you won't attack anyone.
You won't attack anyone and won't attempt anything dangerous. Yeah, you can't make a retreat roll. So yeah, essentially you round the corner, and at this point you're ready to fire because you know Reed must be too far gone. You weren't expecting what it looked like for Reed to be this far gone. It looks like her skull has actively contorted and widened somewhat.
Oh,
Her
fuck.
hair has been falling out. Her arms, her fingers, which she has locked and up down onto the back of Mr. Collins' spine, are too long. You can see the tendons are rippling underneath what seem to be all of these splotchy lesions and rashes and things now look like something of a hardened skin, almost a shell on top. She is howling with wild, dark eyes. And it's more than you can take. You drop your gun and haul ass backwards. Running down the hallway, you're going to have to go across the balcony and the catwalk. Miller, you watch Flynn tuck tail and run.
Fuck. Who knew it could go so wrong?
Did I lose my gun too?
Let me confirm. No, it just says you don't drop your weapon, but you just don't attack. You run like hell. So you still have your gun, but it's yeah.
I gotta make a panic roll because I saw him run. So I'm gonna do that right
Yeah,
now.
every friendly character who sees you run needs to make an immediate panic roll.
Oh boy, I see cover as well. I'm assuming that are Wilson, Clayton, and Ava like watching?
No, they actually can't see
Oh,
what's
they turned
happening.
around.
But Wilson and Clayton, you can take a stress die at this new sound that you have to guess is coming from Reed.
All right, so I'm gonna try and find a safe spot wherever that is.
You can shut the door on them if you want. If that would be sort of ducking for cover to find a safe spot.
We're gonna shut the door. Yep.
Just
Start welding.
quietly drawing that too. Okay, so let's see. And this is Cham. Ding! You were on deck C.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just begin making my way towards the like the catwalk area to go over to where I assume everybody is if they're
So you can hear a lot of commotion. I think that it's cinematic that about the time that the doors open and you look around, you see Flynn hauling ass the other way and can hear more muted howling and things. Like it was loud as the doors open and then it gets a little quieter as Miller just instinctively shuts the door on them. You are on deck C. It looks like a shit show that's going on your left.
okay. Let's head toward that shit show then. I guess.
Okay. Are you going to try to intercept Flynn or just let him keep running?
Yeah, maybe I'll intercept him. Is he on the catwalk or whatever?
I imagine he has a decent amount to run, so yeah, he may be say on the middle catwalk going across.
Whoa, 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 Doc, what's happening? What's going on?
Reed's completely turned.
Reed's turned. Where's everybody else? Where's Cap Matt? Where's Wilson, Clayton, Ava?
I don't know where Wilson and Clayton are at.
Okay,
They're probably
just
close by. Did you guys see them? Did you see them? Where have you been?
I've been trying to get in upstairs so I can shut this whole fucking thing down. All right, just calm down. I'm gonna go take a look. All right.
Okay.
All right. Um, great. Where did you just come from? You came from where everybody is, right? Where did you come from?
Yeah, you can see all the shit show happening sort of over Flynn's shoulders as they're describing this.
Reed's in there.
I went to shoot Reed, and I was not expecting to see her have transformed.
Fucking hell. And if I'm not mistaken, that might be Reed coming out of that fucking thing right now. I point over to the doors. Holy shit.
She's still fighting.
We're hearing like slamming, thudding sounds from inside.
Basically, what I'm looking to do here is the moment you turn around, I'm gonna shoot you in the back of the head. So that's what Cham does. He goes, all right.
Me?
He puts the gun at your head and pulls the trigger. Yes. Yeah.
But why?
Holy shit, what's going on?
Okay.
I mean, it's a roll.
Right. Is that fair, Lex? Is that
It's your
something I
turn,
can
yeah.
do?
I don't care.
So I think that you have been talking a decent amount here, and mostly you're trying to orchestrate a kind of distraction in order to get Flynn to turn around.
Great.
For being point blank, I think this is more a question of if you can get Flynn to like actively turn away. So this I'm seeing is more of a manipulate role, and then you can take your pistol at him.
I'm super good at that. Okay.
Flynn,
Wow, this guy.
is there any kind of additional skill that you, or other skill that you would want to use as contested? I'm seeing observation.
I have manipulation of 2, observation of 2. What do you think? This is funny.
Go with whatever is the better skill for you. I'll say the manipulation is maybe you can try and read some kind of insistency in Chams's voice.
Well, functionally, they're both the same number.
Okay,
I mean, maybe
let's roll them then.
Maybe I'm trying to observe that he's. Maybe
There's
I see,
deceit and poison.
I think it's more if you see like he's raising something.
maybe I observed that his like fingers are going towards his.
Yeah. Let's see what we get.
Honestly, this is like a quick draw.
Yeah.
Ooh, 2 successes for Flynn.
2 successes for me.
Oh. Well, how do you rule that? They both have story points too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like
actually,
they're both
this-
gonna spend them.
I think it's going to come down to story points to see, like, at this moment, you are evenly matched. If you want to dump any for this
Okay, well,
side here.
I objectively have to use mine because if I don't, I'm dying, right? So there's no point. Okay, so I'm
you
using.
have
It's
2
going to
story
be
points,
damage.
Jim?
So, like, you could survive unless he decides to double tap on his next turn.
I have 2 health.
Oh, I think that's exactly what the pistol will do.
Yeah, in just fairness, I will say I will not use a story point because that will get us nowhere.
The
So,
gentleman's agreement.
gentleman's agreement.
He's saving it.
He's saving it for Wilson.
So I think in that case, then, if Flynn, if you're going to use your story point to try and observe on this, you are, what I am seeing is instead of turning around directly in front of Cham, you're going to be like, yeah, they're this way, and sort of move your way behind and kind of get behind him and try to push him onwards, trying to sort of be at his back, but still hiding for cover, effectively foiling his attempt to just gank you. But you, like, that's you just trying to find safety. How does this sound?
That's fine with me.
Okay. And I think you now are story pointless. Is this correct?
Yeah, she did. I
Okay.
had 2, but I probably didn't take away the last one I did. So let's have 0.
Okay.
Things got weird when I switched from Davis to Flynn. So let's say I have 0.
And so it is now Clayton and Reed's turn. Reed, I'll let you go first again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and finish the job and throw this guy around like a friggin' like stuffed animal. Just
I think this might be your last chance to use a story point.
so, yeah, we'll roll that close combat first.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use a story point and bring it up to 2 successes.
Or push.
Nah.
I don't think you can push rolls anymore.
Uh-oh.
I'm beyond that.
Uh-oh.
So what I am going to
Oh yeah, did Ava get
Ava is, they're all essentially waiting because they were expecting Cham to come around the corner at any time. Ava goes on initiative 3. So Reed, because I think this is cool as fuck in this moment, you tear into Collins. More than just using your hands to beat him to a pulp, you grip onto this oddly swollen beluga-like head and bite down, tearing into it, finally unleashing all of this pent-up frustration. You never liked him anyway, the motherfucker, as you are effectively rabid. So if you have not already, go ahead and increase your strength and health by 3, your agility by 1, and your empathy to 1. You now can no longer use firearms or any sort of empathy-based skills. And you now no longer have stress of any kind, only rage. Isn't this fun? Clayton is going to sort of ask Wilson for their input again. It sounds like shit is hitting the fan. They still know that Cham is hunting for them somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
she doesn't think that
yeah.
all hope is lost and they can still get the jump on everything that is happening down there. It is just going to be a question of when to strike and when to expose themselves. Not now.
My thought is to, once everyone's together, to roll the barrel down and shoot it and try and catch everyone in a blast.
That would almost certainly flood the entire deck sea in flames. Each of
The
these
whole
barrels
thing?
is, yes.
Hmm. I see. There's no way that we could take cover.
I would call for a mobility roll at -2 to try and roll it down and take cover.
Okay. Once ever, yeah. I mean, I guess if it's the whole, the whole deck, we don't have to wait for everybody to be together, because it would probably catch everyone anyway, right?
Well,
That's what you're saying.
I am going to say that effectively you would need to get the barrel out on the catwalk if you would want to flood this main area with
Mm-hmm.
some sort of incendiary explosion. So you're going to have to sort of be out in the open and then shoot to detonate the barrel. It's going to go down the hallways, but if you can turn corners, get behind doors or something, that might keep you safe. Maybe.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm hoping to have everybody together in order to do that, to have maximum damage.
Okay,
That's kind
you
of
want to
my
step out from around the corner and look?
um
Actually, Clayton, it's her turn, so it's
okay.
yours and Clayton's turns are sort of bleeding into each other. She can
Yeah.
peek her head out and look while you're trying to do some rough
Okay.
head math to see how well
Yeah.
this works. She can see Flynn's back, sort of against Cham, and she sees Miller is against the back wall. Miller, your motion tracker is going off, although I don't know if you have the presence of mind to necessarily.
I'm in like cover, so I'm probably just like frozen. I see if I see this, I'd like to do something.
Yeah, actually, I am terribly sorry. I don't have your initiative on here.
Oh, it was 3. Yeah, it was my initiative was 3.
Okay. So I am terribly sorry. I must have skipped your turn. In this case, I will give you. You can see their motion tracker ping as a freebie, so you know
Oh, okay.
you have a good idea of where they are at.
I
There is
probably
another
know that
signal.
reads changed now.
You absolutely know that Reed has changed now.
Okay. I have the hammer in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to open the door to the reactor room and chuck the hammer down the hallway to make a big sound.
Trying to make a distraction to draw Reed out.
Yes, to draw Reed out into the hallway.
Okay. So this has been Clayton and Wilson's turn. You're sort of getting ready to try and roll this barrel out. Let's see. Flynn, it is yours and Reed's turn. The door is open, and there has been a clatter that is going down the catwalk as you watch Miller fling a hammer. Collins is dead. And then Flynn, you watch them open the door.
I mean, I'm just gonna charge, like at Miller if he's the closest.
I'm hiding, so like
Oh, yeah.
I
Well,
open
then
the
I'm
door
gonna
and I
charge
make
out,
a
and I'm gonna
sound.
seek whoever made that sound.
Yeah, so the hammer, right, made a sound down the hallway. If
Right,
you're
right, right.
charging down the hallway, you'll probably see Wilson, Clayton, and Ava.
I'm gonna see a couple dead bodies, maybe.
Oh boy. Okay.
I do kind of want someone to give me an observation, or Miller, do you want to give me a stealth roll?
Is there a hiding roll? I'm definitely gonna spend the story point
that
here.
would be mobility, in order
Mobility?
to sort of stay hidden.
Okay. Well, here we go. Oh, 2 successes and story point 3.
That is perfect. As Reed charges down the hallway, you are trying to make sure that she can go past you. And I think Reed is going to see Cham and Flynn on the middle of the catwalk there and is going to start bull rushing directly towards the both of them.
No, wrong people.
You are going to need to use 2 actions in order to get into engaged range with Cham and Flynn. Flynn, you can see this happening.
I'm gonna run the other way.
Okay, so tucking tail, I will say, Cham, this is going to trigger what I'm just going to call an attack of opportunity, as it doesn't seem like Flynn is doing any kind of mobility to dip away from you. If you wanted to do something like grab him for some sort of a melee roll, this would be your chance.
Do I see Reed plowing towards us?
You do.
Great. Yeah, I'd like to grab Flynn and throw him into the path of Reed.
Okay, this is going to be an melee attack roll, unarmed combat, because I can't remember what the fuck they call it. Close
Jesus
combat.
Christ, this is descending into savagery.
Close combat, right?
Yes, close combat roll. And this will be a maneuver, more or less.
Oh, do I fight back, or how does this work?
No, since you
I
are
just
just
clicked mine
running
anyway.
away, because you were unsuspecting, so you're kind of defenseless at this
All
point.
right, so ignore that roll.
3 successes, no panic.
Okay. So at this point, you try to dip out and you feel a hard grip on the back of your coat that wheels you back around and is holding you in front of this monstrous Reed that is charging at you. You still have a slow action on this turn. So you can do something to try and stop this. I will note you have a sedative in your lab coat still,
Oh yeah.
or
I
you
know.
can attempt some kind of mobility to wriggle out. It's up to you.
I say, it's me and you, buddy. And then I take the syringe and I just stab it behind me right into his belly. And then I push the plunger, or I attempt to.
Okay. So you take the sedative and just narratively, I'm not going to ask you to roll for it because he's right behind you. You're not getting out of this, and jam him into. Maybe you do it like this to try and get into his neck
Mhm.
because he's still wearing his suit, and he continues to hold on.
Yeah.
It is Ava and Miller's turn.
Oh, it's my turn. With the reactor room clear, I'm going to go into the reactor room and close the door.
Okay.
And
Ava,
I'm going
go
to pick
ahead.
up the welder.
You can do that.
I'm welding myself in.
It's a bold strategy, Kev.
I know.
All right. Ava is starting to carry the large barrel of space napalm out into the hallway. Clayton and Wilson can start sort of seeing and following this along here. Cham, it is now your turn. He stabbed
Great.
you with something.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. And so Reed's like right on us. Is that right? Is at this point?
Pretty much. She is going to be she is right on top of you and is going to be able to be like hitting you promptly.
Perfect. I'm gonna say sorry, Doc, and I'm gonna push Doc forward like into Reed, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can do this. Um,
Bro, you're both dead.
So it is now Clayton and Reed's turn. Clayton turns out and is going down the hallway. She has been able to hear everything that's going on. And Wilson, you note that there may be a modicum of concern in her eyes, is out of concern for Flynn, which is strongly against company policy. Reed, it is your turn.
Yeah, if the good doc just got pushed into me, I'm gonna grab him and just like slam him around. Let's try and break his back.
Okay, you can give me a close combat roll.
Oh my
Flynn,
god.
You
3
have used your
successes.
fast and slow action. Reed, how you doing?
3 successes.
I want you to describe how you break Dr. Flynn.
Yeah. So as he gets pushed into me, I kind of grab his feet, slip him up, and just like a dog with a chew toy, or like a kid with a Barbie doll by the hair, just start throwing it against the walls, like bashing it around,
You're on the
ripping
catwalk,
off
right?
limbs and
Yeah,
stuff.
you're on the catwalk, so you're just like banging him into all of the guardrails and things left and
Ugh.
right.
And
The
then
more limbs I pull off, I just throw them down the guardrail and everything.
Hey, only
till
got
it's
4
just-
of them, man.
Well, I mean, you got a head. We can work with some of the bones.
oh my god.
Jesus.
Not much left of you left.
Cham, you're gonna
Um,
be asleep for this. It's okay.
Yeah, Clayton and Wilson can take stress for this.
Oh, great. Great, great,
as-
great.
Please
Or-
scream.
If you turn around the corner and see this, you're going to take a stress.
Yeah, that's 9.
That
Is that
paintball
stress or a
barrel.
panic roll?
That's a good idea. Let's
Yeah.
call that a
Listen.
panic roll.
So I don't take the stress, is what you're saying.
Sure, we'll just call this triggering a panic roll.
Rude. I mean, I don't know why I roll. I have 8 stress right now. I don't know.
Shit.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, doesn't matter. 12. I scream.
yeah.
Okay.
Holy fuck.
That means, well, I guess nobody's friendly towards me, so.
Clayton is friendly towards you within company
yeah.
terms.
But I just mean it's not beneficial to me if they have to make a panic roll.
I mean, it's somewhat beneficial that your stress is reduced by 1. You effectively turn and see like all of this shit happening, and it's finally too much. You end up just screaming your lungs out, and Cham and Reed and what used to be Dr. Flynn and others can hear you.
Cool. We have to detonate. We have to detonate. We have to get in there and we have to kill Miller.
Reed,
We
it
have
is
to-
your turn.
That fucker.
All right, it's my turn. Would I be more attracted by the screaming or the guy that's running in front of me?
well, you know it's Wilson's scream if you still have empathy, right?
I don't know anything. I don't got empathy.
No, you're just going. At this point, it is a blind rage, and this chew toy in front of you has. It's not screaming anymore, so it's not fun anymore. You do see the other large figure at the other end of the catwalk, though. So
We're gonna pick up speed and try to bulldoze him.
okay. Fast action can be closing in. Slow action is going to be a melee. Cham, do you have a fast action that you can use to try and dodge or block?
I think probably. I whatever the action to push Flynn was, I had.
So I think
Do I
that was
s-
just a slow action. You can go ahead and try and dodge or block if you want. Reed, go ahead and give me your close combat roll.
Jesus.
You shouldn't have gone up against a D lineman from the Steelers. I got 4 successes.
Holy
Uh,
shit.
Okay, so what do I roll for? What's dodge? What's block?
So for block, I'm going to say just essentially a contested close combat roll. You also still have your 2 armor from the suit, as well as anything else you got going. If you have a
Ooh.
something.
No problem. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking close combat. Try to deflect this. Yeah, I think I'll do that, and that's 2. That is 1, 2, 3 successes. And I'll use a story point to make it 4.
So I will ask this to Mr. Colin, not with us. Is it okay if I do a dramatic reveal in this moment?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. We were waiting.
Yeah. So you are tussling with Reed in the middle of this catwalk. And as some of these hands and fists are going around, one of them happens to crunch into your nose. And Reed, you can see a thin dribble of a milky white substance leaking down the front of Chams's face. I think we got a fight on our hands here. Chams, or should I say Lucas, you can go ahead and add all of the requisite bonuses to unleash your true potential. Your stress drops down to 0. You don't need to pretend anymore. And I believe, let me double check some things.
Strength and agility.
Yeah, your strength and agility, including your health, are also going to increase.
Oh, yeah.
As Duel of the Fate starts playing in the background somewhere. Oh,
I'm
look
sorry,
at that.
Mr. Reed. Or I'm sorry, Miss Reed. Great.
It is Ava's turn. Ava is getting closer and is essentially at the T junction of this catwalk and can place the barrel down. If you want, she can place it on her side, or on its side, and try and roll it out. But that's sort of where this is going to be primed up. Miller, it is your turn inside of the reactor room.
Okay, time to get to work. I'm gonna try and blow us all up.
Okay. So what I will say for this, in terms of reactor controls, you can use the control panel to trigger something that would cause a meltdown. That would require a Comtech roll.
Sounds good.
You could well, your action was running out and then you screamed and you lost your slow action on that turn, Wilson. That would be a Comtech roll for the panel, or you can try and do a heavy machinery and maybe even go inside the reactor core in order to.
Yeah, I'm gonna
meltdown.
expose myself to radiation. Let's fucking go. Let's use the heavy machinery.
Miller's always willing to expose himself. Now I get to make
That's
that
right.
joke. So you fast action, open the door, and immediately yes, you are going to take. Let me double check. That's a shitload of radiation coming through.
be it. Does my suit protect from?
Your suit will give you 2.
Very well.
You are going to take. Go ahead and roll your 2 dice on the suit to see if it gives you any sort of protection.
All right. No, nothing.
Take 3 radiation on this turn. At the top of your next turn, you're going to roll them. Any 6s are going to be damage.
All
As
right.
you are getting blasted with radiation here.
I'm going in. I'm fucking things up with heavy machinery.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me heavy machinery.
Very well. Oh, 2 successes.
Okay. You're starting to get to work on this here. I'm going to require a certain number of successes in order to finally trip all of it, but you have begun the process. Cham, it is your turn.
Oh,
You're
speechless. You need to activate your speech capacitor.
Yes, I press it. It's my eyeball. I push it in. I systematically dodge and weave Reed's attacks and then go in for trying to do a close quarters maneuver, like a double punch to the body to fling her maybe over the catwalk railing.
Okay. So that will be a close combat, and you'll need to spend one of the success, or that would either be a maneuver for no damage or close combat. Reed, I don't necessarily know if you can block at this point. I think you're just ballistically taking all of this.
I can tank this. I'm a monster.
I'm going to try to knock over some maneuver.
Okay.
the catwalk fight.
That is 3 successes.
Okay. Reed, I will ask for a mobility roll to see if you can grab the edge of the railing as you are getting tipped over.
I got 2 successes.
Okay. So, Luke, that's 3 versus 2 successes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Lucas, you can initiate the tip over. Reed is barely clinging onto the balcony. You still have a fast action remaining. You heard something going on behind you. You can choose to move elsewhere, or stay here, keep your fast action to try to block and do something else whenever she comes back.
No, I'm going to make my way towards the sounds of badness that I heard.
Okay. So that would be turning around and heading towards Ava.
Yes, that's right.
Above the barrel of quinitrocyclidine, it is now Clayton and Reed's turn. Clayton is looking back. I am actually going to give a command action to put Wilson back in the fight and sort of get you to pay attention. We're going to all go on the same round. Reed is climbed back up. That's going to be your fast action. Your slow is essentially catching back up with Lucas for this turn, if that is okay.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
All right. Wilson, you have the assault rifle. Do you
Mhm.
want to go ahead and shoot the barrel at this moment? Or what are you going to do? Clayton is more or less here for support right now.
I think we have to do it. I think we have to detonate it. And then if we survive, we have to stop Miller.
Okay.
Like, we can't get past this. This is a clusterfuck.
So what I am seeing in this moment is you can dip out from behind the corner. With a command, you'll get a +1 on this roll, and then
Mhm.
all of you will need to sort of move into the stairwell, hoping that the flames are going to go straight down and not jetty all the way back up again.
Yep.
Go ahead and give me a ranged combat roll.
So +1, +1. Okay.
Oh, 3 panic.
Yeah. And then the other 2 don't matter. Yeah, 3 panic, no successes.
What is your panic thing?
Seek cover, which is what I was doing anyway.
Okay, then I'll tell you what then. You go to do this and say, no, you, and dip behind cover. I will go ahead and roll for Clayton's ranged combat as she is going to take the shot. She has a total of 5 plus stress.
If it helps, that gives her a stress. Oh, I guess she's not a PC, but whatever.
I've been having her accumulate stress as well.
Okay.
So let's see, that would give her an additional stress. Okay, so this is what happens. As you basically go, no, I'm out, and dip back across the hallway, Clayton turns and takes her pistol and lets off lets off a shot. It misses. And she ends up just laying out any number of shots to try and nick the barrel but once. You feel like she panics, wastes her entire clip until finally there is a spark on the rim of the barrel and a massive explosion of flame. This is going to do a blast of 12 damage onto Ava, Lucas, and Reed. As Reed, you are coming up to clobber Lucas from behind. And then in slow motion, this barrel is going to erupt. I am going to use all of these very pretty dice. 4, 8, 12. Lucas and Reed, you are both going to take, surprisingly, only 3 damage. From the initial explosion, you are going to be knocked back. The entire room is going to erupt in a giant ball of fire. As Wilson, you and Clayton watch it down the hallway on either side of you as you are inside. Reed, are you still up?
Don't believe so. I might have been knocked back down.
No, I mean, are
Oh no,
you
I
still
was
alive?
yeah, still alive. Yeah, we are hanging on still.
Okay. Your skin is on fire, and you are going to take 1 damage. You can still see, though. Maybe can't hear. I think where do you want to target? Lucas may still be around. It may require an observation roll to try and find him.
I mean, if I see nothing moving except for like flames, I'm gonna seek out like human movement or movement that looks human.
I'll tell you what, just for a little bit of sadness, this blast knocked Ava against the back wall, against the catwalk, and you can see like the skin is kind of burning and falling off, slowly trying to stand back up. You can rush over and crunch her into a pulp.
Oh yeah.
Cham, it is your turn.
Point of order: Would I'm still wearing most of my suit? Would I have had any armor? Would that have affected or not? I'm
That
fine
would
either
be
way.
2 armor, so you can roll 2d6 to see if that reduces any damage. Okay. I'll also say that from now on, it's only going to be 1d6 as you are
It's probably
on
totally
fire and it's burning
ruined.
away.
Yeah. Perfect. I am still up. I begin moving down the hallway towards where like Clayton is. Do I see Clayton at all?
I'll ask for an observation roll.
Observation is which 2 successes.
Okay. You feel like you can hear shouting. Fortunately, your eardrums are not shattered. Miller, it is your turn. Go ahead and give me another heavy machinery roll.
Well, I'll take the 3 radiation first.
Yes.
Eyes melt out.
Oh, I'm good. I know what must be done.
Taking 3 more radiation at
Yes,
the top
sir.
of this round.
That's right.
All right.
I am at 6 radiation.
Give me that.
I did not mean to roll any of that, but And then here's the heavy machinery for fucking up everyone's lives. Oh, 2 successes. I'm gonna push it.
Okay. You certainly can.
Another 2, so 4 total.
You know what I think sounds good for you to try to push this? You
Yeah.
are actively lowering yourself into the core. There
Oh
are
my
these
God.
rods, and like you can feel your skin is burning. As a last ditch effort, you have fucked this system beyond repair. And
Good.
much like the Montero, there is a familiar alarm that everyone around can hear.
I did it.
Warning,
Oh.
warning, critical meltdown initiated. And it begins a countdown for 1 minute. So for right now, we pretty much only have Wilson, Clayton, Reed, and Chams in play. At
I'm gonna
this,
lay down now.
I've done enough. Let's see. Okay, so for you all in the stairwell, Clayton is going to hear this and say, "God damn it! Fuck it! Deck B! Deck B!" And Lucas, you hear this as well. So I am going to ask for mobility rolls between the 3 people here to try and get up to deck B as quickly as possible, and see if Cham can, or if Lucas can potentially catch up with them.
I scream again. I did get 1 success.
You succeed though.
1 success.
Okay. Clayton has 2 successes, and so I am going to say is going to use her slow action to drag you along up the stairs. What's going to happen is that you are running up the hallway to the corporate suite where you had spent so much time with Clayton earlier. As you get inside, she runs into the walk-in closet, the one that Davis felt some kind of a fur stole that scared him on your first arrivals into the ship. Pushing all of the curtains aside, she begins tapping on a keypad to open a door behind the clothing that is inside of there. Lucas, you are right on their tail. And as Clayton has opened the door, Wilson, you see that there are 3 cryopods in what appears to be a Wayland executive escape pod. One of the cryopods is full of the steel urns from the planet. This is what Clayton was
Mhm.
secretly adding in. And that's when you hear a hissing from in the room with you and see a tail is languidly trailing down again. Lucas, you have followed them into the front of this room. Clayton is in the doorway with Wilson. The neomorph is in the vent, hanging from the ceiling, ready to lunge down. All of this is going to come down to one final scene. I want you all to describe what you are doing in these final moments.
I'd be pushing us into the escape pod if that's possible, if it's open. And I have 2 story points. I'd be using them if I can to uh, help us survive.
Okay. Pushing Clayton in. Clayton is screaming and trying to run inside. This
Mhm.
thing is going to lunge. Lucas, what are you doing?
I am going to. I'm going to take out my pistol and shoot Clayton and walk into the room.
If I mean, I have my my rifle as well.
So, do you want to push Clayton in or spray and pray with your assault rifle at everything that is lunging down at you?
I mean, I guess I can't close the door to the escape pod. I guess I'm picturing
Mostly, I'm
pushing her in.
imagining everything is converging right in this
Mhm.
moment. So, just depending if you want to try to get inside too,
Yeah,
I have an idea. Okay.
yeah.
You are getting inside and closing the door.
Mhm.
Lucas, you are squeezing shots off with your pistol as the door is closing. Give me a ranged combat roll.
Luck finally failed. 0 success.
As the door is closing, there is a shot that zings past Clayton's cheek. And Clayton and Wilson are in the pod, hitting the eject sequence and lifting off of the Cronus. We zoom out as they are shuddering, getting into their escape pods. There is a top-down view of Lucas intent like melee fighting and thrashing with this neomorph that is still in the room. Reed bursts in. It is a brawl within this luxurious executive suite. And then the screen goes white as an explosion the size of a small supernova rocks the space where the Cronus once was. The escape pod has moderate turbulence and begins drifting towards Earth to arrive in maybe a few decades. And I think that is where we're going to end this story. I hope you all have had fun, and maybe we haven't seen the last of Clayton and Wilson.
She
For
was
those,
scratching that wound.
Yeah.
oh yeah, you have to tell her don't pick at that.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you all had fun. I hope those of you watching enjoyed it. We've already gone way over time for this here, so without further delay, I'll wish everyone a good night here, and I hope to see you around soon. I am so tired, I don't even know how to make an outro for this. Thanks for listening to RPG Reanimators. It's alive.
What a ride. Whoa.
Thanks for
That's
running,
good
Lex. That was
stuff,
incredible.
man.
Oh my
That was
Amazing.
fun.
Thanks for listening. Be sure to check out the RPG Reanimators podcast for horror scenario reviews, interviews, gaming discussions, and more.